Everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. I want to thank all of you being here in this holiday season for our zoning hearing. Today, in lieu of an invocation, we will have a moment of silence, and that will be followed by the pledge. I'll ask each of you to please join me as we have our moment of silence. Thank you. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you, and our meeting is called to order. This is a full house. If you have a seat that's by you, there are a number of people who are standing up at the back. You can just raise your hand so someone can fill in any of the seats that are near you. We do have some seats in the room if anyone would like a seat. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to turn things over to John Peterson, our zoning manager, and he is going to walk us through today's agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. We would ask that when the case is called that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After that, the applicant in opposition will be asked to come forward and be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes. So you want to state all your case and concerns at that period in time. And there's not a process for rebuttal or to reserve your time, so please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on a case, you want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you want to cover the same information over and over. Then the board will start to discuss the case at hand, and they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. After that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the case at hand. There are 4 cases on today's printed agenda which have been withdrawn without prejudice, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is LEP 48 of 2025, Maureen Ingalls. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Other business item number 60 of 2025, Lennar, Georgia LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice. It will not be heard today. Other business item number 69 of 2025, Nichelle Bell. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice. It will not be heard today. And finally, SLEP 6 of 2025, Tatiana Mark. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice. It will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, I did get a request late Friday to withdraw another case, and that would be other business item number 63 of 2025, Oak Homes Development. Staff would ask this case be withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay. Commissioner, please.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Is there any discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, we did get a request today to withdraw one more zoning case. That's rezoning case Z32 of 2025, Lennar, Georgia LLC. The staff would ask this case to be withdrawn without prejudice. Madam Chair and Board.
Again, Commissioner Allen.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we start the hearing, I would like to ask the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your phones. When the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. Madam Chair and Board, I did get one request for an early head count. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to SLUP 7 of 2025, Mount Bethel Christian Academy, Inc. Please stand up and raise your hands if you're opposed to this case. Fifteen, okay. Let the record show there's 15 people here opposed to SLUP 7, Mount Bethel Christian Academy. Can I also
John,
get a
did
show?
you say 1515?
Yeah, 115 opposed.
All right, thank you.
Can I get a show of people here who are in support of SLUP 7 of 2025? Please stand up and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 87 people here in support of SLUP 7. And I would like to remind both parties to leave someone here if you're going to leave so they can address the board. And I'd also ask the board this time, since there's so many people interested in this case, Madam Chair and Board, can we move SLUP 7 to the top of the agenda after consent?
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll hear that one first after consent.
Yeah. Is the board amenable to having that go first, considering the number of people who are here?
And I think mine are going to be relatively quick, and I don't want to have to sit through them all through them.
Okay.
I'm agreeable.
Agreeable to having it go ahead?
Your discussion is public.
Okay, we're having discussion about rearranging our agenda
Right.
to allow SLUP 7 to go first due to the volume of people who are here. There is some disagreement about that.
Right.
So I'm just going to call a motion, and we'll just take it by a show of hands. All those who are in support of SLUP 7 going first, and matter of fact, I'm going to make a motion for us to support SLUP 7 going first after consent. All right.
Second.
All right, I'll call the question. Okay, the motion carries 4-1.
Okay, and with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for December 16th, 2025. First case on consent is rezoning case Z26 of 2025, Scott Moore, request rezoning from NS to LRC for a hair salon in land lot 160 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southwest corner of Jim Owens Road and Ackworth Due West Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, staff comments and recommendations. Number 2, letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Kevin Moore dated December 1st, 2025. Number 3, additional diagram showing the interior design presented by Kevin Moore at the 12/2/25 Planning Commission zoning hearing. And number 4, no dumpster permitted on the property. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z26? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z30 of 2025, Oscar Escar Sega requests a rezoning from R20 to R15 for a lot split in land lot 1136 of the 16th District. The property is located on the northeast side of Wildwood Road, north of Dewberry Trail. The Planning Commission recommends to delete Z30 to the R20 zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, allow a variance on the new lot sizes as shown on the site plan. Number 2, site plan received by the zoning division on October 2nd, 2025. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for Z30? Oh, he's on his way? Okay. The applicant's not here presently, but he's walking in, Madam Chair and Board.
Okay.
Is there anyone here opposed to this zoning case? There's no one opposed? Okay. And we'll put that one on hold until he comes in, Madam Chair and Board.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next case is rezoning case Z33, 2025. Ramusa Properties LLC requests a rezoning from R20 to RSL for a residential senior living in land lot 494, the 16th of the 19th district. The property is located on the southwest intersection of West Sandtown Road and Mountain Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z33 to the RSL zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number one, revised site plan received by the zoning division on November 10th, 2025, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, maximum density of 5 units per acre. Number three, no variance for impervious surface. Number four, final elevations to be approved by the district commissioner. Number five, planning division comments and recommendations. Number six, fire department comments and recommendations. Number seven, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number eight, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. And number nine, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z33? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add a couple of conditions.
Okay, yes, please.
To revise the letter of agreeable stipulations from J. Kevin Moore dated November 24th, 2025, to reflect a revision to stip number 8, and that landscape lighting at the entrance signage shall be hardwired. And revision to stip number 11, that the reserve funding for the private road shall be submitted prior to issuance of the final certificate of occupancy, and all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
All right. Is the applicant amenable to those additional conditions? Okay, thank you. The applicant has said yes for those who are watching remotely.
Okay, next case on consent is LUP 38 of 2025. Jose Chavez requests a temporary land use permit to allow more adults in the vehicles than the code allows in land lot 127 of the 17th district. The property is located on the south side of Old Carriage Drive, east of Shea Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 38 for 12 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, approval is for one additional unrelated adult. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 38? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LUP 46 of 2025, Karen Gooden requests a temporary land use permit renewal to allow a hair salon in a house in land lots 622 and 637 of the 19th district. The property is located at the terminus of Foxcroft Court, east of Valley Brook Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 46 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the hours of operation shall be from 10 a.m. until 7 p.m., Monday, Thursday, and Friday only. Number two, all parking to be on a hardened surface. Number three, applicant to be the only employee, no independent contractors. Number four, staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 46? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LUP 47 of 2025, West Cobb Office Investors LLC requests a temporary land use permit renewal for a dance studio in land lot 241 of the 20th district. The property is located on the west side of Kennesaw Due West Road, south of the convergence of Kennesaw Due West Road and Stylesboro Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 47 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, if the dance studio use is discontinued, then the land use permit ceases. Number two, planning division comments and recommendations. And number three, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 47? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Next case is LEP 50 of 2025. Marlene Graham requests a temporary land use permit renewal for a personal care home in land lot 561 of the 16th district. The property is located on the north side of Piedmont Road, west of Shaw Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 50 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on September 22nd, 2025. Number 2, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 3, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 4, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 50? Yeah. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
She's the applicant. Yes.
Okay. Moving into other business cases on the consent agenda.
John, excuse me. Commissioner Burrow would like to
Okay.
make a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize Ms. Graham and tell her what a great job she does, and we appreciate you being here today.
Please do that. You don't hear that often in zoning. We'll take it. It's good. Start off on a positive note.
Okay, moving into other business cases on the consent agenda. First case is other business item number 51 of 2025, which is to consider a site plan amendment for BRKI LLC regarding rezoning applications 223 of 1988 and Z95 of 1990. The property is located on the east side of Sandy Plains Road, north of Gordy Parkway, in land lots 333 and 334 of the 16th district. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Number 2, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Number 3, stormwater management comments recommendations contained in the other business packet. Number 4, site plan dated September 10th, 2025, with the district commissioner approved minor modifications. Number 5, letter from Mr. Parks Huff dated December 9th, 2025. And number 6, the landscape plan, signage plan, and lighting plan to be approved by the district commissioner prior to a building permit being issued. And the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 51? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
And John, Commissioner Burrow again has comments.
Yes. For number 6, the landscape plan, signage plan, and lighting plan to be approved by district commissioner prior to building permit. It also would need the recommendations from the ACC committee and approval by the county arborist as well.
Okay.
Is the applicant okay with
I
that?
see a thumbs up from the applicant.
Thank you.
Okay, next case is other business item number 64 of 2025, which is to consider installing more than 5 EV charging stations, which is 6 stations, on a multifamily zone property for EnviroSpark Energy Solutions. The property is located on the east and west sides of Paces Walk, south of Cumberland Parkway, in land lots 839, 840, 887, and 888 of the 17th district. Staff recommends approval, subject to the fire department comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 64? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Thank you.
Other business item number 66 of 2025 is to consider a site plan and stipulation amendment for Anad Barageson and Heather Peck regarding rezoning application number 464 of 1984. The property is located on the northeast side of Chattahoochee Crossing, east of Chattahoochee Plantation Drive, in land lot 3 of the 1st District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the buffer reduction approved is only for the improvements shown on the site plan received November 5th, 2025. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 66? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 67 of 2025 is to consider a site plan stipulation amendment for Richard J. Barrett regarding rezoning application Z9 of 2020. The property is located on the west side of North Cobb Parkway, south of 3rd Army Road, in land lot 2 of the 20th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to number 1, stormwater management comments, number 2, fire department comments, number 3, Cobb DOT comments, and number 4, stipulations from rezoning case Z9 of 2020 govern the use of the property. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 67? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 68 of 2025 is consider amending the site plan for West Cobb Owner LLC regarding rezoning application Z139 of 1999. The property is located on the south side of Dallas Highway and on the east side of Castile Road in land lots 333 and 334 in the 19th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the letter from Mr. David Kirk dated November 12th, 2025, which includes a sign rendering. Number 2, Cobb DOT comments. And number 3, all previous stipulations not in conflict with this amendment to remain in effect. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z68? OB 68. No one? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. And last item on consent is other business item number 71 of 2025, which is to consider installing a gate and making Hurststone subdivision a private road for JW Collection LLC. The property is located on the eastern side of Mays Road in land lots 16, 59, and 90 of the 19th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, the subdivision's roads can be private with a gate. Number 2, Cobb DOT comments. Number 3, stormwater management comments. Number 4, fire department comments. And number 5, the county chairperson execute the memorandum of agreement as required per county detail 424, gated communities, prior to any building permits. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 71? So we'll pull that one off consent.
Okay.
$15? Okay. Let the record show there's 15 people here in opposition. So we'll pull that one off consent, and I would suggest that the applicant meet with some of the opposition, see if they can get things worked out. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, Z30, let me see if they've come back in.
We'll find out. It just takes one to pull it. We'll find out if there are any in support. It just takes one to pull it off of consent, so that will be determined.
Okay, can I see if the applicant here is for Z30, Oscar Escarcega? Yeah, he is present. So I'll read his case back into the record. That's the one who was not here earlier.
Okay.
So Z30 of 2025, Oscar Escarcega requests a rezoning from R20 to R15 for a lot split in land lot 1136 of the 16th District. The property is located on the northeast side of Wildwood Road, north of Dewberry Trail. The Planning Commission recommends to delete Z30 to the R20 zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, allow a variance on the new lot sizes as shown on the site plan. And number 2, site plan received by the zoning division on October 2nd, 2025. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z30? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any other items you'd like to add to consent? Commissioner Gamble?
Not to add to consent, but on the OB 71, for those who are here in opposition to it, a representative from JW Homes is willing to talk with you out in the lobby if you would like to go out at this time and have those discussions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other matters to add to consent? Okay. Well, we got a lot of them today. All right, Commissioners, let me wait while they walk out.
Well, this is for the OB item that was taken off consent. They're gonna go.
Okay, with that, Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised, recognizing that other business 71 is no longer on the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, is there any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. For any of you who were here as a part of the consent agenda, those cases have been dispositioned. You are welcome to leave at this time. Happy holidays in advance for those whose matters were moved. Else, you're welcome to sit here and observe the rest of the zoning hearing. Anyone who's standing in their back, you're welcome to stand back there, but there are some seats that have become open. With that, John, I'm going to turn things over to you to cue up our
Okay.
first case for today.
And before we get to Mount Bethel, there are 3 cases on today's printed agenda which have been held and continued, and these cases will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Flournoy Development Group. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the February 3rd, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z27 of 2025, Knight Partners LLC. This case was continued by staff until the February 3rd, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z27 will not be heard today. And lastly, other business item number 58 of 2025, Soto Properties LLC. This case was held by the Board of Commissioners until the February 17th, 2026 Board of Commissioners hearing. So other business item number 58 of 2025 will not be heard today.
Okay, just want to note that voices are carrying from the audience, and if you would like to have discussion, you're more than welcome to step out. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first case we're going to hear today is SLEP 7 of 2025, Mount Bethel Christian Academy Incorporated. Request a special land use permit for expansion of a private school in land lots 599, 600, 625, and 626 of the 16th district. The property is located at the northwest intersection of Post Retreat Road and Holly Springs Road. Earlier, there was 15 people here opposed and 87 people in support. All those who would like to address the board either for or against this application, please come forward to be sworn in.
Please note, although there are a number of people who are here, that there are a total of 10 minutes on each side to speak to this matter. So just be mindful of your time that you take to address the board and the time that others would like to have as well. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Commissioners, I'm Kevin Moore, here and pleased to represent Mount Bethel Christian Academy in this application for a special land use permit. This board has seen this property and Mount Bethel Christian Academy before. Most recently, actually this time last year in December of 2024, when a master plan for their existing campus, which is about 32 acres, located at Post Oak Tritt and Holly Springs Road, was approved, and that's a master plan for their school. And actually, it's currently under development and construction now, putting that master plan into place for the school. We're here today with this application looking to add essentially 10 acres of property to the overall campus. It would basically end up at about almost 43 acres as a campus for Mount Bethel Christian Academy, and it's approximately just under 10 acres. That's the property that takes it all the way to Holly Springs Road and the intersection with Post Oak Tritt. You can see that on your screen now, kind of the overall outline of the property, and then you see the undeveloped tract just has a single home on it that's there at the intersection, and that is being proposed to be added and be a part of the special land use permit approval for Mount Bethel Christian Academy. We'll turn to the site plan now because I think it will look a lot more familiar to you so that you can see how this actually would fit in and what's being proposed, and we'll go through that with you. You see on the right what's highlighted in white. That is the new acreage, the added acreage. It's almost 10 acres that would be added to the overall acreage, resulting in almost 43 total. It would have, at this point, simply a entrance road that would add another access point to Holly Springs Road. Currently, the access is limited to Post Oak Tritt Road. We'll go through a little bit of that. You can see also on this site plan, that is the master plan that was approved last December in 2024. You can see that on the plan before you, so you can see exactly what was approved a year ago and what is simply being added by this particular application. In addition to this application, the only other aspect that we're asking, that we have a request for, this particular Mount Bethel Christian Academy and the existing special land use permit that was initially approved in 2013 had several different points in time in which applications were brought as the campus evolved and the master plan evolved. And so I had a number of stipulations and conditions that went forward from that from 2013. We have incorporated all of those conditions and stipulations into this proposal, so those would remain. The only request that we're asking at this time is to increase the maximum enrollment. In 2013, when this was initially approved, the maximum enrollment was 625, and we are requesting that the maximum enrollment be increased to 1,100 students at this time. And to put that in context, and then we'll look at some of the details, but to put it in context, Mount Bethel Christian Academy has an upper school, some call it high school, a middle school, and a lower school, elementary school. Those schools are in different locations. Primarily the lower school is at Mount Bethel Church at this point in time, and has been. That lower school lease with Mount Bethel Church ends in August of 2028. So what the point or the purpose and the intent is to consolidate Mount Bethel Christian Academy to this one campus, which again is going to be 43 acres with this additional property. The master plan and improvements that are occurring now accommodate that full amount. Right now, if you have look at the current enrollment of all three, lower, middle, and upper schools, the total enrollment is only 705 students now. So that's to give you some context. Why asking to increase to 1,100? Because we've wanted to come forward and provide for the board's consideration the full anticipated or long-range plan for enrollment at Mount Bethel Christian Academy at this location is 1,100. That would occur 10 to 15 years from now, if at all. But that's the long-range enrollment plan. So, because currently, again, it's only 705 students, which would then be placed on this campus as of August 2028. So that's the anticipated time frame, and why we're asking for it today is because you need that time. A school needs that time, a 2-year lead time, to ensure that proper planning with families and so forth can occur, as well as with their buildings and finishing the construction that is there. So we do need to ask for that today so that proper planning can occur in design, construction, as well as to make sure families know where their kids are going to be in school when that occurs 2 years from now. I'm going to turn to the site plan itself and go over a couple of things, and we'll highlight a couple of other aspects. Again, here's the 10 acres that's being proposed to be added, and the entrance road that would take you to Holly Springs Road as well. The current entrances are here on Post Oak Trip, which is a full access entrance. Currently under construction, per this approved master plan, is an additional access point on Post Oak Trip Road. That's a right-in, right-out, restricted, limited access point. And what would be proposed as part of the new plan is a single entrance road to Holly Springs Road. That would also be limited, though, and restricted to a right-in, right-out access point. And in fact, as a result of recommendations from DOT, the median on Holly Springs Road would be extended by us to ensure that there are no left turns that would be able to come out on that access point. So this would be limited to right in, right out only. You see we've noted here, it says future development. What we've provided in our stipulation letter is, as with before, currently the school does not have any immediate plans for what would occur there in terms of school facilities, fields, or whatnot. So what we're proposing, as with before, to the extent or when the school proposes to have any development of those portions of the property, those would have to come back for a full application under your other business application process to be heard fully by this board, and that would include notice and so forth to all of the surrounding neighborhoods, owners, and residents. So that would come back at some point in the future. For now, the school, if consolidated, can be fully handled within the existing construction and improvements that are ongoing right now as a result of the master plan. The primary issue that has been discussed during this entire time, that is conversations with surrounding neighborhoods, conversations with surrounding residents and organizations, has been traffic. And we're not going to shy away from it. Traffic at this intersection of Holly Springs Road and Post Oak Tritt Road, that intersection has heavy traffic, and it is a congested intersection. There's no doubt about it. The traffic study that we have now completed has been accepted and approved by Cobb County Department of Transportation, and we are in agreement with their recommendations. This will also include, as part of that, the school's, Mount Bethel Christian Academy's commitment to cooperate with Cobb County DOT as it relates to right-of-way at this intersection, which is badly needed for planned intersection improvements, which will be occurring now. So there will be an intersection improvement project by Cobb DOT, of which Mount Bethel Christian Academy will cooperate with DOT and Cobb County in that regard to assist, because as you can see, any improvement will need additional right-of-way there. We understand that there is a current traffic problem, and the school is prepared to deal with it from their standpoint, not only in cooperating with Cobb DOT. The school manages traffic itself. It can manage traffic through its buses. It has 5 buses that also would assist in traffic impact, as well as they can control the times in which you have drop-off and pickup. You don't have a situation where 700 students are being dropped off and picked up at the same time. Private school settings such as this, they will have staggered times to allow for staggered arrival and pickup. That's part of what every private school does. Certainly every private school in Cobb County that I'm aware of has that same aspect of staggered times, and that's what they will be doing as well. The traffic issue, though, is one that's not singularly unique to this intersection and singularly unique to this school. Please keep in mind that no public school comes before this body when they want to be built. Cobb County School District doesn't have to come before this body to ask a single question about whether or not they can build a school in a location such as 42 acres in East Cobb. They can build it where they want to build it. And they've done that. Pope High School, just up the street off of Hembry. Pope High School was built in the middle of a residential area with a single access point. It has over 1,800 students at Pope High School. Walton High School, over 2,000 students. Where is it located? Right in the residential section, not off a major road whatsoever. Those are where schools are built oftentimes. Sometimes they're not, but oftentimes they have been. We have schools in our neighborhoods because schools are good for neighborhoods, and neighborhoods are good for schools, be they public or private. But in this instance, we do have a process for private schools.
Mr. Moore, sorry, your time's up.
And do have a process for a
Thank
private
you.
school.
Thank
And we
you.
would appreciate your approval. Thank you.
With that, we will hear from opposition. Again, just be mindful of sharing your time with others who have also sworn in to speak.
Chair, if I will, there's, for those that are speaking, there's a timer that's on the podium for you to keep track of your time, so.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Hi, I'm Neil Doherty. I'm a resident in the area around Mount Bethel Christian Academy. I want to thank Madam Chair and Commissioner Burrell, as well as the rest of you today. Speaking with Commissioner Burrell earlier in the week, gave us a lot of information, and we were able to get a lot of questions answered and our concerns posed to you. I want to be clear at the start that this isn't an opposition to the school, and it isn't an opposition to growth in general. The real issue here is scale, timing, and responsibility. Specifically, whether it makes sense to expand further before the existing and well-documented traffic problems are fixed. The most obvious issue is traffic, as was said. The school, with 1,100 students, creates a lot more car trips, all packed into short morning and afternoon windows. That kind of volume puts real pressure on the surrounding roads. Right now, the intersection of Holly Springs and Post Oak Tritt is already overwhelmed. Even with current enrollment, afternoon dismissal regularly backs up traffic through multiple light cycles. Congestion spills past peak hours and into nearby neighborhoods. To give a real example of how bad it really is, last week, during a weekday evening rush, I drove home from the airport. The whole trip took 70 minutes, but the last mile and a half at this intersection took 24 minutes itself. With that, that was with today's enrollment, with no expansion. The county has officially rated this intersection as a level of service F, which means it's failing. There is no funded or approved fix in place. In other words, this intersection is already broken, and there is no clear plan to fix it or repair it. In 2013, like it was said, this school received approval to expand to 625 students. That enrollment has not been reached yet at this campus. But when it is, it will nearly triple the current levels. Moving to 1,100 students would add another major increase before that first effect of expansion is fully understood. Growth beyond 625 students relies on traffic modeling rather than observed real-world conditions. Even based on the school's own traffic study, a lower cap of 705 students is a more reasonable approach. But enrollment shouldn't go past the 625 until this failing intersection is fixed and shown to work at an acceptable level. Only after that should limited growth up to 705 students be considered. Any expansion should also require mandatory bus transportation. Using a model similar to the magnet school, students could be used to bus from off-site locations, which would significantly reduce car traffic to and from campus. Without a requirement like that, more students would simply mean more cars. Finally, residents need to be part of the conversation about the school's driveway and traffic operations, especially during afternoon dismissal. Steps should be taken to reduce headlight glare and spill into neighboring homes, using directional controls and other measures worked out with the county and with the community. These are real quality of life issues for people who live next door. In the end, this comes down to responsible growth, a cap of 705 students, required bus transportation, and a firm requirement for the failing intersection before any further expansion is reasonable and a balanced approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to put in a petition of 81.
Yes, you can leave it with the gentleman next to
All
you.
right, thank
He'll
you very
pass it
much.
down.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, for allowing me to speak against this expansion of Mount Bethel Christian Academy campus at Post Oak Trip Road and Holly Springs Road. My name is James Thompson. I'm a 40-plus year homeowner in the Hampshire Place neighborhood, a short walk from the Post Oak Trip, across Post Oak Trip and the entrance of Mount Bethel Christian Academy. I believe that the building of this Mount Bethel Christian Academy in the midst of the long-standing, low-density, single-family residential area around the Post Oak Trip, Holly Springs corridor is a net negative for all parties involved. The existing residents are the most obviously harmed parties in this situation. Their property values and their quality of life will clearly be harmed, and the zoning staff has simply ignored these obvious harms. Cobb County will be harmed by the removal of 40 acres of taxable property from the property tax rolls. And finally, I contend that Mount Bethel Christian Academy will also be harmed by the ill will they have engendered in their would-be neighbors by imposing themselves on the existing neighborhood without making any overtures or gestures of goodwill towards those neighbors who are in the process of being permanently harmed. However, I believe this outcome could be turned around. Mount Bethel Christian Academy must somehow reach out to show the homeowners they are not making all the sacrifices with no offsetting compensations, but Mount Bethel must make the first move. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll take our next speaker. Good morning.
4 minutes. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Robin Washington, and I have been a resident of Hampton Park subdivision for over 25 years. Our neighborhood is directly adjacent to Mount Bethel Christian Academy. Over the years, we have witnessed this campus expand through multiple zoning changes, new buildings, athletic facilities, and parking areas. With each change, we have seen buffers reduced, tree cover lost, and activity levels increase. Mount Bethel is now seeking entitlements for up to 1,100 students, compared to roughly 250 today. CDOT's recommendation supported a maximum enrollment of 625 students for this site. DOT's own trip generation estimates project that traffic could rise to more than 2,200 daily trips. And currently, it is at a level of C on D. At this time, the Holly Springs corridor improvements we were counting on have been delayed to 2029. As a longtime resident who navigates these roads daily, I'm extremely concerned about the impact on traffic flow and safety, particularly during peak school hours. I want to be clear. I want Mount Bethel to succeed. This is not about opposing the education of young people. It is about ensuring that the school's long-term success is supported by infrastructure that can safely and sustainably handle the traffic it will generate. And through a traffic study, this benefits everyone. So given the size of this request, the delayed planned and road improvements, and the importance of completing a full peak hour traffic analysis, I respectfully ask that we hold or defer the action until the next meeting. Thank you so much for your consideration and for your service to our community.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers? There are about 2.5 minutes remaining. If you haven't been sworn in, you'll be sworn in. Right. Ma'am, have you been sworn in? Why don't you get sworn in, and then you can come and speak. All right.
Needed a little humor here.
Good morning,
Good
ladies
morning.
and gentlemen. My name is Linda Worley. I'm 81 years old. I've lived in my house behind Murdoch Elementary School since 1977. I moved here from DeKalb County because of the schools for my children and my grandchildren, and I still live in the same house, and they've all attended Cobb County Public Schools. I have no oppositions to, Christian schools. I'm a Christian myself. I have called, I spoke to the principal of the school. He was a very nice gentleman, and he kind of told me some things. I have a lot of concerns, and my concerns are, number one is the traffic, because my husband died in June of this year. We'd been married for 63 years, and I had to take him to dialysis 3 days a week down that road. And there are many days when there are at least 50 cars in line. I had to go to physical therapy. I go to the Kroger up there on up there at the end of the road. There's a fire department there. There's my Kroger grocery store. My bank is there. The traffic is terrible going into down Holly Springs Road. There's already a little roundabout there. And now there's going to be another entrance going out there, which is already terrible. Holly Springs Road, and like the guy said, Holly Springs Road and Post Oak Trip Road is awful. There's 50 cars lined up. The day I went to see the principal at the school, there were 50 cars going by there, 50 in line, 50 cars going to Holly Springs Road. So I don't know what they're going to do. I feel so sorry for the people that live. Well, first of all, I don't like the fact that they've cut down all the trees, and all you see now is piles of dirt. It's ruined the whole neighborhood. And I feel so sorry for the people that live in this subdivision that's right across the street from the school, and there's no traffic light there. There should be a traffic light there, because I don't know how they even get in and out of their houses. It's just frustrating. But, like I say, the principal was very nice. I spoke to him. He tried to answer my questions. I did call the Mount Bethel School, and they don't have buses. Everybody says they have buses. I called them and talked to them. They have no buses. They aren't prepared to have buses. And then the attorney, I listened to his comments, too, about Pope High School, which I opened Pope High School, Dickerson Middle School, Mabry Middle School. I was a school counselor. And my children, my grandson went to
Ma'am,
Walton High
ma'am,
School.
Ma'am,
I'm
sorry, your time's up.
Sorry. Anyway,
Thank
good luck.
you.
I hope y'all are listening to my concerns. I'm
Thank
very
you.
frustrated. I'm an old lady. Don't make me mad.
Yeah. Okay, we've heard from support and opposition, so I'll now turn things over to our district commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so there have been several meetings with neighbors, the school, myself, and Planning Commissioner, Ms. Dance. So I'd like to first kind of dispel some misinformation that's out there. First of all, what's before us today is a road and access from Holly Springs to connect to the existing campus of Mount Bethel Christian School Academy. So right now, what you see, the construction going on there is what was approved last December 2024 through the zoning process. And that included 2 permanent buildings to replace the modular classrooms that were there temporarily till this project could get started. So nothing has changed on the master plan that you see on the screen. There is still an 85-foot buffer behind the field at the top of the screen. That has not changed. I know there was some emails and one of the speakers today said that buffers have been reduced. That is not true, to my knowledge. Mr. Peterson, can you vouch for that?
Sure. As far as I know, Commissioner Burrell, they have not encroached into the 85-foot buffer or any of the other buffers that are required by the board.
Right. And then with the construction going on at the Post Oak Tritt side, an additional access on Post Oak Tritt will go there. Right now, there's only one entrance and exit to Post Oak Tritt for the high school. So all that traffic coming down Holly Springs, if they're going there, they have to go down to the signal and turn right and then go in at this one entrance on your left, bottom left corner. So this second entrance on Post Oak Tritt will help alleviate traffic and hopefully the lines, if there are lines of, for drop-off and everything. But that was all decided last year and has been approved. So nothing has changed on the master plan. What we're here today to look at is the access from Holly Springs with the DOT recommendations for the road. Any future development on this 9.75, 10 acres, it will have to come back to the board. Any development on this, whatever it is, if it's already zoned R20, anything would have to come back on this 9.75 acres. That is one of the steps, and that is going to be enforced. So I do want to address some of the other concerns that the public has with traffic mainly. So I'm going to ask Wilson Collins, our DOT representative, to come up.
Wilson Collins, Cobb DOT.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I know I've been bothering you a lot lately.
It's fine.
Does the clerk have the revised DOT comments from 12/12/25? Do you? Because, Wilson, they were put online Friday.
Yes, Commissioner. Sorry for the delay. I had to finalize the review of the study, but I was able to get those published online on Friday.
Okay. And I know we talked about several things as well. So, so this is submittal 2 of the traffic study, which was done with 1,100 students as the factoring in 1,100 future.
Yes, Commissioner, that's
Okay.
correct.
And can you talk a little bit about the level of service? I know when but even before the high school was built, when we were doing the first roundabout in District 3 at Davis and Holly Springs, the traffic count, I know that that was a concern at that point with the traffic to Post Oak Tritt. So in the 2022 SPLOS, which we're currently under, we had a project for Holly Springs corridor. And we made improvements at Old Canton and Holly Springs to keep people from turning into getting in the left turn lane to get around earlier before the signal. And those improvements have been done. We did some more little medians, small medians up Holly Springs to avoid the same thing. And then we're getting ready to start improvements at Holly Springs and Sandy Plains as part of that project on the SPLOS. And then we also are going to be making some improvements to the roundabout at Davis and Holly Springs. Enlarging the apron, the lane there, I think is what okay. So all of that is part of the Holly Springs corridor project. This project is phase 2. And that was put on hold until the school was doing their construction, till we could see what their entrance would do. So can you just give us a breakdown of the level of service at the intersections at Holly Springs and Post Oak Tritt, and what, well, based on 1,100 students, the impact will be?
Let's see here. So the traffic counts were taken about 40 days ago for this study, and it showed a E or an F at that Post Oak Tritt and Holly Springs intersection already just today, and that's definitely reflected in the 2028 no-build case, showing it with a failing level of service as well, even without the school improvements.
So additional access right in, right out at Holly Springs, what is before us today? Is that helpful, or will that alleviate people having to go to Post Oak Tritt and turn right rather than in this way?
Yes, Commissioner, exactly as you said, by being able to take that right in off of Holly Springs, that kind of reduces some of the volume of the parents dropping off, or the traffic going to have to go down to the Post Oak Tritt and Holly Springs intersection, which is already failing. So it does kind of alleviate that. The traffic study also, recommended to taper bay and queuing, and conceptually it's shown here as well. And as Mr. Kevin Moore pointed out, the median will be extended up to kind of help honest people stay honest and not make it an illegal left-hand turn.
Right, okay, to make it right in, right out only.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then a decel lane is required coming south on Holly Springs to turn right into the campus.
That is correct. That is my recommendation, and that was also found in the traffic report and conceptually shown on the screen right now.
Okay. And then we're also requiring them to donate right-of-way for the intersection?
Yes, Commissioner. No preferred alternative has been selected for the improvement yet, but the school, as told by Kevin Moore just a few moments ago, said they are in agreement with whatever modifications in the future would happen at the school is there to facilitate any donation of right-of-way to what that might look like in the future.
Okay. And also, this being in phase 2 of the current SPLOST, I'm going to request when we do our second phase of revenue above projections that we add funding to this to continue a right turn lane from just beyond their access, if this is approved today, from Holly Springs to Post Oak Tritt. And that will alleviate, if this gets approved and they're coming out of the campus to turn right out on Holly Springs, that will give them a separate lane to stay in to turn right if they're going to Post Oak Tritt.
Yes, Commissioner.
I know it has to be voted on, but is gonna be one of my requests. And then I also want DOT to look at a signal warrant study for both Barnhill and Alberta Drive to see if a traffic signal, because I understand now it is hard for the subdivisions, Mabry Manor and Alberta Drive, Holly Springs subdivision, to get out, and they do have full access at both of those, but it's still hard to get out, especially if they're turning left. They may have to wait a while.
I'll definitely get that in the queue when school's back in session for review for signalization at those two intersections, Commissioner.
Okay. And then if a traffic signal is warranted, then we'll address that after the study. And the study has to be done while school is in session, all schools, public and private, anyone, to get an accurate count. So you'll be, I'm requesting that be done now, though.
Yes, Commissioner, we'll get it in the queue to get studied.
After
After
Christmas, winter vacation, or Christmas, whatever. Okay, so I just want to make sure I covered everything we talked about. Was there anything else that you want to add? I know when this was first put on the 22 SPLOST, we had some public open houses. And I think, is Michael Francis here? I thought I saw him. Hey, Michael. And he can attest to these, but overwhelmingly, the public said no roundabout at Post Oak Tritt and Holly Springs. So that's one of the reasons, until we know what needs to be done there, that it's phase 2 and the funding. So hopefully with those improvements requested and if a signal is warranted, those will be, they will come back and we'll see if that's warranted and how that can help improve. But Michael, you can attest, this intersection has always been a lot of traffic.
Yes, good morning, Board. Michael Francis, DOT. Yeah, as you stated, the intersection, we did the study in '23 as part of our project for the corridor. And the intersection at that time functioned at an E and F for the AM and PM time frames. Our study consisted of multiple alternatives. We looked at a single lane roundabout. We looked at widening the intersection to have right turn lanes on the southbound and eastbound approach. And we also looked at a dual roundabout. The dual roundabout actually functioned the best out of all of the alternatives. It had the lower delay of getting traffic through the intersection. However, like you mentioned, we put the project on hold. We did not move forward with the project. So that's kind of where we are today. As you mentioned, phase 2 will come up in the near future and we can decide how we'll move forward with the project.
Right. And there, well, a roundabout there is going to require a lot of acquisition. At Mabry Manor, their corner, the Meadows property, their corner, which this will now, with them donating right-of-way on that corner, will help.
Yeah,
But-
that's correct. The roundabout as well as widening to add the additional lanes will impact, you know, the right-of-way. We'll have to get additional right-of-way with either alternatives. So they're both are going to be pretty, you know, impactful with
Tight.
the right-of-way.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody have any DOT questions before I move on to the next speaker? You have a question?
Commissioner.
Just to, so there was a comment mentioned that there may be additional right-of-way recommendation at Holly Tritt. And reading your comments, your revised comments in number 4 with respect to the right in and right out, my question is, will there be a right turn lane from Holly Springs onto Post Oak Tritt? Or would that be something that would be analyzed with the future development?
So that would be a future project. As Commissioner Burrow mentioned, we would add that to our route request list, route 2
Okay.
request list to do a right turn lane in the future.
Okay. And also on, at the current entrance on Post Oak, is there, can you turn left into the property, or is that also right in, right out? If you're on Post Tritt, can you turn left into the property?
The existing
Yeah. at the
is
existing-
full access.
Yeah, it's a full
It's
access.
full access, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
But I believe the one that's under construction is right in, right out.
That's correct.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
new access is right in, right out.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any other transportation questions? I do, but I don't know how much of it is directed to you or to the applicant, so I would ask Kevin if you could also approach.
Yeah, he's next. too.
Yeah, Thank you. How much consideration has been given to queuing or stacking the traffic on campus so that it is not in the roadway?
A great deal of consideration. So
Okay.
when you see the master plan that's now before you, you can see the parking, it's basically in the middle of your screen as well. So there is significantly generous areas for them to create the queues and stacking necessary. So it will all occur on property.
Okay,
There's not going to be any stacking that would extend into or impact roadways.
as it is today, from what I'm
Yeah,
hearing.
there's more than sufficient room.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, DOT. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Kevin, you can come back up. You're next on my list. So you are agreeable to the donation of right-of-way to the corner, Post Oak Tritt, or your client?
Yes, that was one of the recommendations from Cobb DOT, and we're agreeable
Right.
to cooperate.
And all the other recommendations that were revised
That's correct,
December 12th,
correct.
okay? So with this, the master plan that's already approved, the 2 new buildings that are going up, will accommodate the lower school, elementary, middle, and existing high school that is there now.
Yes,
And
that's
that's a
correct.
total right now of 705.
That's correct.
Okay, so, and you have until, I know last year when all this was approved, the middle school was coming from Lower Roswell with the high school. And then once the building, the permanent building, the high school will move into that, and the middle school will move into the old high school building, and then when their building is finished, they will move into that. So what is the plan for the elementary school and the date, the timeline? Because you said August of '28, you have to be out of Lower Roswell
Correct,
location.
right.
So what is the time frame? Well, for this project that was approved last year, for the high school and middle school to be finished? And then when will the elementary school be ready to move?
The timeline is, it's under construction right now. And so the master plan, what was approved, the buildings that you see accommodates, once fully complete, will accommodate all three, lower, middle, and upper. So the timeline is such that the middle school would be arriving next year in full. Now, right now, the middle school uses this campus for all its after-school activities. So they're there now for any after-school activities and so forth. But middle school would come online at this location next year. And then August of '28 is a school calendar, so it's a hard deadline, is when in August of '28 the lower school would arrive.
But they will have to be in by August of '28?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have 2 more years?
There's 2 years between now and when, yes, so August of '28, so 2.5 years from today.
But once the 2 buildings are finished, they can accommodate them next year.
Once it's all complete, that's right. But the existing lease with Mount Bethel Church, that expires in August of '28. So that's what's driving that timeline. So next year would be the middle school, and the year after that would be the lower school.
I say, okay, so 27. Sometime in by the end of '27,
Would be,
the elementary school.
well, they'll finish their school year, and then they'll be in place for August of '28.
I think the headmaster wants to speak. Come
Yeah.
on up.
I think he does, but that's the timeline. But
Yes, I would say if he's addressing this matter in particular, I would allow it.
Sure.
This is not time to present any additional
He
information.
was sworn in, so but if he wants to
Oh, he
address
was,
it
okay.
more
He was
specifically
sworn in.
with you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, in.
State your name, please, for the record.
Jim Sianka, head of school, Mount Bethel Christian Academy. Yes, to answer your question about the timing, in August of 2027, we'll be moving the middle school up. The master plan has approved the construction of all the facilities up to and including 1,100 for lower, middle, and upper. However, under construction right now are only the facilities to accommodate the middle and upper school. The lower school building itself, while approved through the 2024 SLUP, is not yet under construction. It's in the planning phases right now. And so in order for us to meet our deadline, this is why we're approaching you right now for that request. Because in order for us to meet that deadline, we have to have the approval for the student count in order for us to begin the construction and invest in the architectural and engineering necessary. That's actually on hold right now in order for us to complete that. Because we can't invest in that until we understand that, until we know that we have approval for the increase of the student count. So that would allow us to make our 2028 deadline.
So is that the second building, permanent building that was approved last year?
There, the division of the buildings is kind of depends on how you look at it. They're actually connected. So a portion of the buildings right now that are being built are the ones closest to the road. So that's the upper school and dining hall as one contiguous building. And then beyond that is the gym and the theater that's being built, exactly right there. And then in between that, connected but and ultimately a part of the same building is where the lower school will reside. We've held off on that part of the project because we obviously can't invest in the construction of that project until we know that we're able to increase our student count so that we can move our students up to one consolidated campus.
Okay. But you have until 2028 to get the lower school up here.
That's right. August of '28 is our deadline.
And you're at 705. Are you at full capacity at the lower school?
We're at full capacity in our current facilities, which is part of why we've built out these facilities to accommodate more, because we're kind of landlocked. Every classroom is used every minute of every day, but the new facilities that were approved last year at this time is what has allowed us to expand our student count and then move the students up so that they have room to occupy everything that's needed.
Okay. You have a question?
So I'm a little confused here. So when we approved this back in 2024, we approved it for 625 students, correct?
Well, that didn't change. That was already the.
Right, but I
cap.
guess where my point is I was under the impression the buildings that were going to be constructed were being constructed for 625 students. So now I'm hearing they want to bring in the lower school, which is 105 students, if I remember correctly. Oh, okay,
300.
but now they're talking about now going up to 705 students with the potential of up to 1,100. How are they going to use the existing buildings with the existing size to accommodate almost twice as many students? That's where I'm having a hard time with this, because to me, these buildings are going to have to be larger if they're going to be accommodating twice as many students.
The master plan that was approved does accommodate up to 1,100 students. Our architects designed it for the possibility of future expansion.
The new buildings that they were just pointing out have room for all three levels, elementary, middle, and high school. And the plan, when this was approved, was to incorporate the middle school and future elementary, but they have the capacity with the buildings, but they don't have the capacity, the permission or permit to over the 625. But with the high school and the middle school, you're at about 600, right, or 400?
We're at
Now.
415 right now.
And
With
the
middle and upper
elementary's 300?
About 300, yeah,
So
close to.
they still need an increase, maybe not 1,100 right away, but eventually to incorporate all three levels at this campus by 2028. They need an increase to, well, it's currently 705. So that's why I was asking what do you have a waiting list? Are you at full capacity now with the 705 at all three levels?
Yeah, so we have waiting lists in some grades, and we can't expand additional, we can't add additional sections right now because we don't have the capacity to do so. But just for context, commissioners, when we came before the board in 2024, what we proposed was, at your request, to say, what is don't keep coming back to us. We want to know what ultimately is going to happen, right? So that's why we proposed a master plan that included up to 1,100 students, which is the max that we will ever be. Our board has spent time working through what we need to do in order to remain a small school, but what the maximum number of students would possibly be at any given point. So our architects planned accordingly, and what we requested in 2024 was that ultimate goal, not to exceed goal that we would ever be at. So that's why the buildings that have already been approved and some which are being built right now can accommodate up to 1,100, even though we don't have that number of students at this point. So just to make sure that we accomplish what your request was to provide, the ultimate objective, and keep that in front of you instead of continuing to come back.
Okay. Did you have?
For clarification, your total census of students across all campuses is the 705. Is that what I'm hearing?
Now,
Yes, sir.
Currently?
Yes.
At the current location, you've got in the upper school just 415.
We have 215 students in upper school, but as Mr. Moore mentioned, we use our upper school facilities for middle school activities as well, in part because our lease on the current lower middle school campus doesn't permit us to use them for after-school activities after 5:15. So our games, activities, after-school clubs, robotics, all of that happens on our upper school campus. So the afternoon traffic and commute actually does include middle and upper school, even though our upper school is, are the permanent residents, if you will, of that property.
So is that where the 415 number comes from?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
okay.
You mentioned you had a waiting list. Currently, how many students are, or how many people are on the waiting list?
It depends on the grade. So some grades, our main consideration is whether we can add sections or not. So we may not have a waiting list, say, in third grade, but we're limited to 3 sections of third grade. So if we fill every empty seat, we still have some, then we put somebody on a waiting list. So we have some grades that would have waiting lists, and other grades where it depends on where there might be open seats. But we have the same number of sections throughout those grades to accommodate up to our cap in each grade level.
Right, but you mentioned a short while ago, I believe you said for the middle school that you have a current waiting list, and I was just wondering what that number.
No, ma'am, I'm just saying from JK through 12th grade, we have some that we, at any given year, will have a waiting list where we have maxed out the number of seats in that grade, and other grades where we have open seats. I don't
Okay.
have that number off the top of my head.
Okay, so what would you say is the projected annual enrollment once construction has been completed?
Once all three are up there.
Or even at this point, like,
Our-
what's the anticipated or projected number of students that
Yes,
will enroll annually? I'm just trying to figure out, how the pace in which the traffic will potentially
Yes.
increase.
Our 5-year plan calls for 850 students.
Okay, that's the plan, but with current enrollment, I know that's the long-term plan, and it may be difficult to anticipate what that annual number would look like, but I was just wondering if you had an idea of what that can potentially be.
Next year, we're projecting 735. No, I stand corrected, 750, that was revised upwards. 750 is what we're projecting for next year, and then over the succeeding 4 years, we're projecting up to 850 within a 5-year period.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have anything for the school? Well, I did, I'm sorry. Buses.
Yes.
I thought there were buses coming from the lower school now, at Lower Roswell, Mount Bethel Church.
That's correct.
Up to,
We do have buses, and we have, I think, 6 bus routes. That's right, yes, that we utilize today.
because I know
That's
we
being utilized
discussed,
today.
we discussed that last time you were in last year, that a lot of families have high school, middle school, and elementary school kids, so the buses, the cars could come to the lower school and then drop off the high school students to come up to Post Oak Trick, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And those are utilized
So you do
today.
have buses now?
Yes,
So will you have buses for once all 3 levels are,
absolutely. Yes.
and will they, where will there be bus
They'll-
stops or locations?
They'll have locations where you can have a common drop-off point and those types of things that they can use to pick up students and assist. So their plan is very much to continue to use that. And you see that with other private schools around the county that you have a similar system in place.
Okay.
So we're absolutely agreeable to having commitment, stipulation, condition that they'll utilize and continue to utilize the bus service as well, the bus routes.
Okay, and with the donation of right-of-way, so that we can do that right turn lane with funding, and I'm also requesting a traffic signal, see if that's warranted at both Alberta Drive. I thought we had done one at Alberta Drive, but Wilson told me yesterday we have not. Because they have full access too, and it's hard for them to get in and out as well.
Sure.
Is there any screening or landscaping that will be done along this road to kind of, or at the frontage to kind of screen from Mabry Manor residents?
There will be some entrance landscaping is what's been generally described, but we're perfectly happy and talking with them as with Mabry Manor as well, to the extent we have lighting or landscaping there, that lighting or landscaping plan would be subject to district commissioner final approval. We want to ensure that they're part of that. They can certainly look at and review the plan for comment in advance as well.
Okay.
Because that's just not, we're not at that point where we can say, well, here's the exact landscaping plan, because it's not, all we're putting in is an entrance road, so there's not going to be any further development.
Right, but there was some talk about the lights shining in.
Yes.
Now, the field over here does not have lights.
That's correct.
It's never been allowed.
That's right. That was one of the original
So
stipulations.
you can't really have a ball game at dark because there are no
Correct.
lights on the field.
No lights on that field. That's correct.
But you do have after-school activities that, the lights could be shining in the residence if they exit there. But I just wanted to point out that there are no lights at the ball field, so
That's correct.
that's not an issue with traffic coming out with headlights. But I do want to see some kind of lighting with the lights going down, so that they don't penetrate to the neighbors and back or across.
And we're happy to do that, to the extent that they'll have lights on where that entrance road is located. We're happy to do that.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask for landscaping and lighting to be approved by county arborist for the landscape and district commissioner, and then, of course, review by the neighbors.
We're
We'll
happy
have a
to do
meeting
that.
before any of that. Okay. I think that's all I had for Kevin. Okay, well, there's a lot of information here, and it has been discussed a lot. And I hope that, first of all, there will be participation with the public before anything is signed off on. A lot of stuff will be going through plan review, and that's where the different departments give comments and send it back to the applicant or the school to revise their plans accordingly. But we have all the DOT requirements. But what I'd like to see is, like I said before, additional funding to come back and extend a right turn only lane from Holly Springs to Post Oak Tritt to alleviate some of that traffic. Right now, all the traffic coming down Holly Springs, they're not necessarily all going to the school, but this has always been a heavy traffic area, and we do need to look at what we can do now. So I guess I'm ready to make a motion. I'm just trying to figure out how to word everything. Okay, first of all, some of my stipulations in my motion are going to supersede Mr. Moore's letter of stipulations from November 24th. I think that's the most recent, right, John? Okay, that wasn't revised. So I will make a motion to approve SLUP 7 for the access road on the 9.75 acres at Holly Springs, and with the request to extend the right turn lane from the right out at Holly Springs, right in, right out, but the right out in the phase 2 of RAP, which should be done probably around August of next year. Once the 3 levels of grades are operating out of this location, I want another traffic study to be done to see if it's better or worse. I'm going to require screening and a landscape plan for this road, access road, and to be approved by the District Commissioner and County Arborist with review by East Cobb Civic Association and the neighborhoods surrounding this location. This road will be incorporated into the master plan, and any future plans for this 9.75 acres has to come back to the Board of Commissioners for approval through the other business process. Require the applicant to donate right-of-way at the Post Oak Tritt Holly Springs intersection. Require a traffic signal study at Alberta Drive and Barn Hill Drive to see if a signal is warranted at either of those requests, at either of those intersections. And approval for up to 850 students for the next 5 years, and then for any additional up to 1,100 or whatever, we'll have to come back. And all other comments not otherwise in conflict. And the district commissioner to approve the final site plan with the landscape and signage and all that. Lighting, I mean. So that is my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I want to ask a question.
I'll second it before we have discussion, and then we'll have discussion.
Do you want to have all other stipulations not otherwise in conflict to remain? Because
From the master plan.
right, because you put this to the 9 acres, but we have to remember the SLUP is combining both parcels. So if we approve only the STIPs for these 9 acres, it automatically applies for the original one. So do you want to have the original STIPs that applied to the initial buildings still to remain in effect?
Well, yeah, they do.
We need to put that in our motion then.
Well, can I do that?
Well, And what Commissioner Gamble is saying is actually in Kevin Moore's letter in paragraph number 5. So he's incorporating all the other past approvals that are not in conflict with this to remain in effect.
Okay.
And that's what you stated, right? Okay.
Well, I'm just incorporating this road to the master plan that's already approved. Any future development, as I said, anything on this future, buildings or fields or whatever, has to come back for approval. We're only approving this road today. But it has to be part of the campus, the existing campus, to connect to be part of the whole master plan.
And I think to Commissioner Gambrell's point and John's point, then you would want to say all the other previous stipulations not in conflict would still apply.
Right.
She did state that in her motion.
But in her motion, she did not include Kevin Moore's letter. That is where the concern is.
Okay. So add Kevin Moore's letter dated November 24th. And any future development, not only on the 9.75 acres, but the existing master plan, any changes to that would have to come back. But we're not changing, the road is not changing anything on the existing master plan.
Go ahead.
Also, there was a stipulation with reference to RAP, and I'm not sure if it's proper, and maybe someone can help me with this bill, if it's proper to include RAP in a stipulation, because you're essentially forcing the current board or future board to consider that project. I know that it is. I know it was a request, but my question is whether or not it's proper to even add it as a request.
I mean, to the extent that it's not a stipulation that would be for the applicant, it's merely, I took it as a statement that the district commissioner was going to be making that request to help with the assistance regarding the traffic plan.
Right, but she's adding it as a stip, and my question is whether or not it's proper to do that.
I mean, there's nothing the applicant can do with it, so, I mean, it's not a stipulation that they have to comply with. It's not a stipulation the board has to comply with. It's more of a comment to that extent, yes.
Okay.
And it's a request to DOT. And as I stated, this board has to vote on the RAP list, like we did.
Right, it's just that I've never seen a RAP request added as a part of a zoning condition, even if it's just mentioned as a statement. Generally, we go through the regular protocol and process.
Can we make it a clerk's note?
Generally, we just go through the process, if I can finish. Generally, we'll just go through the process and protocol as we normally do with RAP. I'm just saying this is my first time seeing this, and I just wanted a little clarification.
I can move it to a clerk's note if that's better.
That'd be appropriate, as long as the
I think Amber had some.
I didn't want to talk over you. But my other concern, and Bill, I don't know if you can help address this, but in our current SPOS project list, we do have a bucket for schools. But my understanding is that is for public schools, not private schools. So essentially, giving RAP to a private school, to me, is almost, they are a private school. This isn't a public school.
We're not giving it to the school. This is the Holly Springs corridor is a project on the 2022 SPLOST. This was in the works long before this expansion or anything. And we've put it on hold as phase 2 of that project because, like I mentioned, Holly Springs and Sandy Plains is getting improvements at that intersection. The roundabout at Davis and Holly Springs is getting additional funding, and this was on hold because of the other things going on in the area, and now I'm asking that it come back to finish. It was on the SPLOST, it's been on the SPLOST list. And we made improvements at Old Canton, Holly Springs as part of that corridor project. We went over all that with Wilson, and Michael. Because the reason I asked Michael to come up then was because he was part of the open houses we had on the corridor project way back when Commissioner Ott it was his district. So, we're not giving anything to the school. They're donating right away, and then our SPLOST project that intersection has been in the works long before any of this.
So then my question is are you willing to amend your motion to remove the stipulation you put as far as RAP being allocated?
I said I would make it a clerk's note. That
So we
I
need
will
to amend.
request.
We would need to amend the motion then because it was part of your motion.
Okay. Remove it from the motion and put it in a clerk's note.
And the motion is before the board. Does the board consent to that change of her motion?
I think that's clear.
Okay, all right. As long as the board approves it, then she can make that motion.
There seemed to be support for it when she stated it after Commissioner Sheffield asked the question. And the clerk did nod that they were making that adjustment.
So are you good with with that amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I just have one inquiry, Commissioner. You did state that there would be a traffic study to follow to see if conditions were better or worse. I don't know when that traffic study was going to occur.
Once all the lower school, middle school, and students are on campus
Okay.
and fully operational. The signal study I want DOT to do now,
Okay.
or after
When
the
school is in.
after the winter break, because we have to have accurate counts, and they'll be out of school for 2 weeks at Christmas, so
Okay.
I guess the first of the year.
Okay. All right, are there any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
And thank you all for showing up, both for and against, and you will be updated regularly. Thank you.
Commissioners, why don't we take a break until 10 minutes to 11? All righty, welcome back to our zoning hearing this December 16th, 2025. I'm going to turn things over to our zoning manager, who will queue up our next case.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Next case we're going to hear today is LUP 37 of 2025, Eddie Ramos. Request a temporary land use permit for outside storage of construction vehicles and equipment and employees on-site in land lot 517 and 564 of the 16th District. The property is located at the western terminus of Stone Ridge Drive and on the south side of Piedmont Road. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 37, Eddie Ramos? Is there anyone here opposed to this case?
There were a number of people outside.
All right, so we'll put that one on hold, Madam Chair, and call the next case, and we'll give the applicant a call.
Yes, we can go on.
Okay. The next case or continue that case?
We'll wait
Okay.
to see if you can reach the applicant.
All right, thank you. All right, next one is LUP 42. All right, next case is LUP 42 of 2025, Jose Santos Mahano. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 557 of the 19th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Woodley Road, on the northeast side of Callaway Road, west of Austell Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 42? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Patricia Andrade. I'm actually Jose Majano's translator for today.
Okay.
So I'm here just to say what his thoughts are. Good morning. We're here today to try to find a solution to our case. My name is Patricia Andrade. I'm here to translate for Jose Majano and Maria Romero.
Just hold on one moment. It's difficult to hear you. We'll wait until quiets down a bit in here. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We want to explain the situation about the car violation and the parking issues. They have had, yes, they have 8 vehicles owned, insured, and operable. And if you are willing, we want to ask if they can keep their 8 vehicles. There are 3 adults in the house. One is a 16-year-old, almost 17 in March, with a complete license. Everyone drives, has their license. Every vehicle is insured. Everyone has their own schedule. The parents, which are known as Jose Majano and Maria Romero, work. The younger adult goes to college and works. The teen goes to school, which it's Cobb Horizon, that they do not provide transportation, so he has to go to school driving. Everyone needs their own vehicle to be able to do their own schedules. Yes, we're sorry that in the past we might have parked some vehicles in the grass, but we were working to fix on this problem before this whole situation started. Now no vehicles are on the grass or parked on the street. Here we got some pictures to prove that. We asked of you if we can still keep our 8 vehicles. The reason is because some are for work and others are for backup if one car doesn't work, because they can't afford to miss a day of work or school. The house is a 4-bedroom house, and yes, they understand the code of how many cars per living square feet, and it does show 5 max for the car, but they don't understand why is it only them with the problem if the rest of the neighborhood has cars parked on grass, commercial vehicles behind houses, and on the streets at night. And they have been there for a while and they never had an issue. The county executives have always come by and seen their vehicles parked, and they've been having those vehicles for quite a while, one even 17 years of ownership. The last one, except for one that their daughter has purchased more than a year ago. They went around to the neighborhood and asked some neighbors if they had problems with their vehicles, and they did sign a paper, and I do have that here too, and I'll show you the pictures and the paper. And at last, they said if we can't come into a conclusion, they are willing to sell some vehicles, but if they would have some time to sell them, and are willing to, and asking if they can actually end up having 6 vehicles in the home. And I'm just going to show the pictures of the cars. So with that one, they have added that driveway right there. It's brand new. It's not on anybody else's property. It's only on their property. Between the neighbor's house and their property is 9 feet from the neighbor's property. From their property point. So that's the new one if they needed to park the other cars there, because usually they would have one there, but then they were trying to work on doing that for no cars to be on the grass. This next one shows that's the original driveway. It's a double driveway from the house when they bought the house, and that's their vehicles are parked, and no vehicle is on the street. Same, just trying to show that all the vehicles are parked on that driveway as well. Same, just showing that it's the double wide driveway. That's it. And then this is some signatures that they got. And those are some signatures of their neighbors that they did get consist that they didn't have any problems, and that if you guys would like to ask any questions or ask them.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Considering that there was no opposition, I'll turn things over to the district commissioner, and she will let you know if she has questions for you, so don't go too far back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, yes, I do. It was just one question. Let me get back to my notes. There are 3 related adults at the property,
And I believe you mentioned that there are also 2 teenagers, so would that be a total of 5?
One is already 18.
So that would be one of the 3 adults?
Yes.
Okay.
Se estaba preguntando que si hay 2 adultos y estaba preguntando de 2 adolescentes, pero Mali ya tiene 18 años.
Okay. So there are 3 adults, and the request originally was for 8 vehicles, and now I'm hearing the request is for 7. If you wouldn't mind just sharing with me the occupant or the driver of each of those vehicles. I know you mentioned that the teenage daughter has a car, but I also heard additional vehicles. If
So
you can just,
quiere saber cuáles son los ocupantes de los vehículos, quiénes son los que manejan cuál.
Pues yo y los carros que manejo.
Ajá, so usted cuál carro maneja,
Yo manejo la RAM,
cuál otro.
manejo la Ford.
Ford. So he has 2, which is the Ram and a Ford. ¿Otro más?
Pues casi
¿Eso es
todo.
todo?
Pues,
Ah, ¿y mi tía
cuando
Mercedes?
depende de lo arruina uno, cualquiera. ¿no?
Tiene el otro, okay. And then he has an extra one, if just in case that those 2 or one goes down, he does have an extra vehicle. His wife, Maria Romero, ¿ella cuál maneja?
La Tahoe, el Expedition.
She drives a Tahoe and the Expedition. She works day and night. She has a day job at Chick-fil-A and night job cleaning offices. Molly Mahano, which is the daughter. ¿Cuántos carros tiene Molly?
La Silverado y la Ox. Tal vez es Silverado también.
Okay. The daughter, Molly Mahano, actually has 2. She has a Silverado, 2 Silverado trucks, one that she uses to commute to school, and the other one, that's the recently purchased one that has over like a year and a half of purchase, which she was gonna start using to go to work. She's also cleaning offices now in the afternoons. Y Jeremy, ¿cuál es el que usa?
Una Silverado porque tenemos planes de vender 2 carros.
Dos, okay. And then his son has a Silverado as well, that's the one that he uses to transport himself to school.
the applicant has 2 vehicles, and one is a personal vehicle. Is the other a work vehicle, or are they 2 personal
Usted
vehicles?
tiene 2 vehículos. Uno es personal y el otro es para trabajar, o los 2 son para
Por los dos, porque por ejemplo ahorita se me ha quebrado la transmisión de una y le uso la.
para trabajar. Okay. For example, he does, right now, for example, he does have, right now, both of them for work, because one is down transmission that he's trying to fix the transmission on, so he's using the other one to go to work.
Right, and he also has an extra one. Is that a
luego tienen
vehicle,
uno.
or is it a truck, a
Y
commercial
luego
vehicle?
tiene otro extra, ese es el que
Tenemos plan de venderlo.
de vender.
Tenemos
That
plan de
extra
venderlo.
one is, he's having plans to sell that extra one.
Has he started that process, and if so, where is he in the process?
¿Ha comenzado el proceso o todavía no de venderlo?
Bueno, ya lo puse en venta, pero como dile que no se vende tan rápido
Okay.
por el tiempo que estamos ahorita.
Okay. So he has posted up online that it's for sale, but with the time being, I don't think nobody's looking for old cars, but he has it on for sale.
Okay. And the wife has 2 vehicles, and also the daughter has 2 vehicles, and those are 2 personal vehicles for each. Is that correct?
For the wife, she uses one personal and one for work for afternoons to go to her janitorial services.
Okay, and how is that vehicle, how does those 2 vehicles differ? Because I'm trying to figure out why she can't use one
So
of the
one
vehicles
she
for
goes for
both.
Chick-fil-A, the other one is because she carries the cleaning supplies equipment. So that's why she carries just one for just to commute to the janitorial services.
Okay, and can you describe each of the 2 vehicles that the wife drives?
¿Cuáles los vehículos de mi tía Mercedes?
Bueno, la Tahoe y la Expedition que ella maneja. sí.
Okay, so she has a Tahoe and an Expedition.
So those are both SUVs?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. 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 That's all I have for the applicant, unless you guys have any questions for them?
I do. Perhaps what I'm looking at on the screen varies from the image that you showed, and I'm just trying to get a sense of how you're parking these vehicles.
So ella dice de las fotos que nosotros le enseñamos, ella lo que quiere saber es cómo está usted parqueando estos vehículos.
There's a carport there, and is that a red car next to the carport on the screen?
Is it that picture?
Yes.
O ese carro rojo que están viendo que está ahí adentro el parqueadero, ese es un carro rojo, ese es el que va a vender.
Ese es el que ya lo vamos a vender, ¿no?
Oh, that's the one that's on for sale.
Y la otra blanca que está en el otro parqueo es.
Okay, now that you're zooming, I could see the other two vehicles on the other side. Okay. Three.
Yes.
Yes, the two in addition to the white one. I just saw the white one before.
And now they have included that new driveway right there, but now all of them are on the original driveway on where the property always used to have it.
Okay, so those vehicles will all be stacked on the driveway and
Yeah.
none parked adjacent to the carport?
Yes.
And then how many vehicles will be parked to the other side?
¿Cuántos vehículos tiene parqueado ahorita en el otro lado? ¿Solo el vehículo que va a vender?
Sí, donde se puede.
Okay. Right now on the other side, he just has that one that's on for sale.
The white one?
El blanco?
Sí, el blanco.
Yes.
Okay. So there's 6 that can fit on the driveway where the carport
So hay
is?
6 donde está.
Sí, en el driveway que caben dos
Yes.
So you would have to have 2 on the other side?
So va a tener 2 en el otro nuevo.
Well, you're just going to have one other one. Right now, you're requesting 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sí, porque
All
en
right.
otro, por eso lo hicimos de le pasan las cosas bien para no parquearlo allá.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. So he said yes. He did do that new driveway right there because he did wanted to have everything civilized and everything under code, that no
Okay.
wrongdoing.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you, that'll be all.
All right. Thank you.
Yulisa, if you wouldn't mind approaching.
Thank you.
Good morning, Yolisa Forson, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Good morning, Yulisa. This case comes before us as a code enforcement complaint, and just kind of going through it, it appears that I think the initial complaint for this one might have been either April or August of this year. Hold on.
We did a sweep on that
In
street.
August. Go ahead.
We conducted a sweep on that street. So when they were written up, about 14 other properties was written up as well.
Okay.
And they were in violation for single-family dwelling and parking standards. They did correct the parking standards, and the officer recently inspected the property twice after the Planning Commission hearing 2 weeks ago, and during both inspections, 6 vehicles was observed at the property.
Okay, all right. And just for a note of clarification, in the comments dated August 14th, there was note that the property tax, excuse me, that the tax records show the property as being 2,148 square feet, but I did confirm in the tax records that it is not that. It is, I think, 1368.
We
So I
did
just
correct
wanted
the
to make-
notice
Yeah.
on September 16th.
Right.
It was issued incorrectly, so the officer did go back out to issue a correct notice, which allows them to have 3 adults and 3 vehicles.
Okay. With your inspection, the most recent inspection before the hearing, did you have an opportunity to speak with the applicant to discuss that they were still not in compliance with the standards?
No. What happens when an officer goes out to do the inspection, they just conduct a regular inspection of the property. Being that there is an application and hearing pending, then the officer would not discuss the violation because the officer is awaiting a final decision from the board.
Right, okay. Just wanted to put that on the record for those that might not be aware. Okay. Okay, thanks. Do you all have anything for Yulisa?
Minor question. You said 6 vehicles were observed on the property. Were they all parked on a hardened surface?
Yes.
Okay.
They corrected the parking standards violation. They're only in violation right now of having
The
too many
number.
vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have for Yulisa.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let me get to my notes here. Thank you all for joining us today. Where's the applicant? Okay, just want to make sure I'm looking at you. Thank you for appearing today and providing additional information regarding your land use request. I'm glad to see that you installed a hardened surface to at least come in in compliance with that area, that area of the code. Based on Yulisa's observation or sweep of the community, and I believe the applicant mentioned it earlier, that there were other properties in the neighborhood that had the same violations, but they are also similarly sized and also subject to the same zoning standards. So for those that are not in compliance, we will continue to issue violations and bring those properties also into compliance. I understand the circumstances underlining the request to exceed the maximum number allowed by code, but just based on what I'm hearing, for example, the wife has 2 vehicles, one of which she used for both jobs, and both are SUVs. So they're very similar in size, so I'm having a difficult time understanding why there are 2 vehicles needed if they're both similar in size and can make the same accommodations or the accommodations that she needs. And the daughter purchased a vehicle last year, and at that point, the property was already outside of compliance and bringing on another vehicle. But, just in careful review, granting this request would be inconsistent with the established zoning framework and would disrupt the neighborhood uniformity, potentially impacting property values and raising concerns among neighboring property owners as well as the community at large. And I understand that there is a petition signed of, I think, maybe 5 or 6 people, and I'm assuming that those are the immediate adjacent property owners. So I appreciate that submission, but just in an overall view of the community, there is a potential to diminish the nature of the single-family residential community. And based on these considerations, and in alignment with the recommendation of staff and Planning Commission, I support the denial of the application, and I am prepared to make a motion. I make a motion to deny LUP 42, 2025, and uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval for 3 vehicles with 60 days for the applicant to remove additional vehicles from the property. And I'll also add as a clerk's note that any remaining vehicles are to comply with the county vehicle ordinances. And that concludes my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? I'll just make an observation that I know I've seen some vehicles used for cleaning services, and you had questioned the need for 2. A lot of times they keep all of that stuff in the car. And so I think there could be some practical concern to having to use that work vehicle and taking it out to school in different places. It could perhaps cause someone to think that there's something of greater value in that car.
Well, and that might be true, and I've definitely seen those vehicles even in my own community, but my concern is when, you're asking your neighbors to take on a consideration that's very personal to you.
So I think with that, particularly since she has two vehicles of the same size, then there should be an accommodation or at least a willingness on the applicant's part to reduce the number of vehicles.
I
if it,
agree.
you know.
I think 7 is entirely
Or
too
8.
intense, but we're going from 7 to 3.
Right.
And that's, I'm concerned about, do we need to necessarily limit it just to 3? They've stated that they have 2 vehicles for that work purpose of cleaning. And if it's not both, even one of them, again, you've observed some cleaning vehicles in your neighborhood, so have I. And I just know that there's a lot of stuff that's in the back of those vehicles that remain there. And we didn't really flesh out the practical impact or the practical consideration for why they have the 2, but just from my observation, I thought there would be some moderation, if not all 7, at least having one of those work vehicles.
Well, just going back to the work vehicle too, I don't know if the applicant owns the business, and if so, is there a business license that's associated with this property? Is the applicant employed by an independent or employed by someone else, where perhaps maybe that vehicle can be left at the place of employment?
We can
But, right, yeah, but that was just, a rhetorical question. But, generally, I am concerned when there is a request for a large number of vehicles, and in some cases, there is not a willingness to scale down. Instead, sometimes the ask or the burden is on the neighbors
Agreed.
to be accommodating versus the applicant accommodating the neighbors. The neighbors are all often asked to accommodate the applicant. So, that's where I have, some issue in general, not just with this application, but in general. And
Would you be amenable to moderating that number based on some additional communication with the applicant? So it's not necessarily 7 persons, but it might accommodate 1 additional work vehicle where they may be able to more safely keep those things on site.
Well, the applicant does have a work vehicle. He has 2, actually, he has 3 vehicles, and one of which is an extra vehicle. And I don't know if that's for work, but the daughter has 2 vehicles. And again, the wife has 1, and we're assuming that 1 is her work vehicle, but that can be consolidated into 1 vehicle. And the applicant has 3. The code does allow for 1 work vehicle on the property, and I think within that 1, hold on. And he's going to eliminate the inoperable vehicle. I think he mentioned that there were transmission issues.
Okay. Is that from the
So-
7?
Pardon?
Is that from the 7, so that would
Yes.
bring 7 to 6?
Yeah, that would be 7 to 6.
Okay. And then there are 3 adults, I think, that are all driving?
So you're right, there are 3 adults that are driving,
Okay.
and the code allows for 3.
Yep.
And I would be willing to amend for consideration 1 additional work vehicle.
Okay.
And I will allow the applicant to determine which vehicle that will be.
Okay.
So I will amend the motion to include 4 vehicles.
Commissioner Gamble also has her hand up, Commissioner.
Just for clarification, Commissioner Sheffield, because we had testimony that there were 3 adults, the mother, the father, the daughter who is an adult, plus the teenager. I thought there were 4 family members in the house.
There are, but I thought the testimony was that the daughter was 16 and it's the son.
I thought the son was 16 and the daughter was
Okay,
an
but-
adult, or considered an adult age.
Yeah, somebody's 18, yeah.
Right, so I would be agreeable with 4 vehicles, because at least that gives each one of the residents a vehicle. So my concern is if you specify one has to be a work vehicle, does that take a vehicle away from one of the driving
Okay,
members?
okay, okay. Okay, that's a good observation. Yeah, okay. So I'll just restrict that so the family won't have any restrictions and limitations and just make it 4 vehicles.
And that's the maximum allowed outside, too.
Right. Yeah, that's the maximum allowed outside. Yeah.
One moment, ma'am. You probably are helping to add some clarity to this. We do have a pending motion on the floor,
Yes.
which, I mean, if the commissioner is amenable to having us ask you questions, I've seen us do that before, but it has to be at her request. Yes, thank you. Yes, John?
Yeah, the motion I have on the floor is a denial by Commissioner Sheffield, seconded by Commissioner Burrow. So if it's the will of the board to allow 1 additional car, we need to change the motion to an approval for 1 additional car.
Right,
Thank
okay,
you.
yep, okay. Okay, I'm prepared to do that unless there's more discussion. Okay. So, Bill, the protocol in pulling that back, or do I just,
Well, after it was
Just read it.
seconded, the motion actually belongs to the board. If they allow, with general consensus of the board, they can allow you to withdraw it and make a new motion.
okay,
It
all
appears
right.
that you have that consensus.
I'm
Okay.
perceiving their consensus is there. You're still deliberating.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, then, so I'll amend the motion, well, actually not the motion, but to strike that and to make a motion to approve LUP 44 2025 and to allow 4 vehicles at the property with the removal of the remaining, which includes a trailer, within 60 days of December 16, 2025. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry, hold on, let me go back. That's the wrong LUP case. That's the next one.
It's lot 42.
I know, I just scrolled down too far. For 12 months.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner, you said to approve 4 vehicles. You're saying 3 vehicles that would normally allowed under code, so you're actually approving 1 additional
One
vehicle,
Okay,
correct?
right, all right. So I'm approving 1 additional vehicle. Thanks for that clarification, Bill.
And I
Okay.
still second.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Nope.
We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and Madam Chair and Board, the applicant for LUP 37 has come in, so we're going to recall that case.
Okay, thank you.
LUP 37 of 2025, Eddie Ramos requests a temporary land use permit for outdoor storage of construction vehicles and equipment and employees on site in land lot 517 and 564 of the 16th district. The property is located at the western terminus of Stoneridge Drive and on the south side of Piedmont Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 37? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Morning,
Good
Eddie
morning.
Ramos. Go for it?
Yes,
Yeah, go
whenever
for
you're
it.
ready.
Okay.
Just go for it.
I was waiting. Yeah, so last time I came here on the 2nd, I brought together the case where I've been working closely with Mr. Peterson and Stormwater, where I showed him everything that was going on in this property. This property is currently on a stop work order, and we're trying to get the permits approved. But before that happens, there's a lot of stuff that's on site, and that's what the permit is for, to keep these trailers with all the equipment that's for the actual property, for the work. So everything that's there is for the property. And we agreed last time that I was gonna keep everything clean, and according to, I think this is gonna be like every 2 months, we're gonna go back to the property and review, make sure that everything is according to to what was proposed here.
Okay. Eddie, and you've presented before the Planning Commission,
Yes, ma'am.
so this is the Board of Commissioners. Can you just describe what you're doing? Because these are two separate bodies.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so this property is currently on a stop work order. So it was, they had a permit to renovate a small property.
Okay.
Right? And they went ahead and built an entire different situation. The property went into a stop work order, so it's currently, there's no permits on there now.
Okay.
So since there's no permit there, all the equipment that's being used for this property is on site and stored in trailers and the sorts. It's a lot of equipment and materials for the property itself, for the construction.
Okay.
And this is so code enforcement went there, and obviously because of the storage that's there, it makes the property out of compliance.
I see.
And that's what we're here for, to make sure that to get a year until we get this sorted out, get these permits approved, get the property back under compliance, and hopefully with you guys' assistance, we can keep the equipment. Is a lot of equipment. It's a huge house. Over 10,000 square feet of construction, but it's a process it's gonna be a lengthy process because it has to do with floodplains.
I see. Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
you clarifying.
Not a problem. Any other questions? Not yet.
Not yet. Don't go too far.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Was there anyone here in opposition to this land use permit request? Okay, not seeing any. I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner.
Yolissa, can you come up first, please?
Good morning again, Yolissa Forson, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
There's several pages and pictures of, this is a result of code enforcement issue.
Yes.
And so I know that the Planning Commission recommended approval with a timeline to work with code enforcement and all that. Are you good with that plan?
Yes.
For the applicant?
Honestly, we're not responsible for coming up with the plan, but it would be on the board to accept, but whatever the board would direct code enforcement to do, whether it's they recommended inspections every 2 months, then yes, we will be out every 2 months if directed by the board to do inspections.
Okay. I think the issue is that this is not a customary home occupation. He's more or less a contractor with all the equipment and storage, and it's a mess.
Yeah, it's an outside storage issue, and with them not having an active building permit, then they wouldn't be allowed to store anything outside. If they do obtain a building permit, then they can store anything outside that pertains to the project. But the extra things like tires, debris, and other things of that nature would need to be removed from the property.
Okay. And then I just have one question for the applicant. Do y'all have anything else for you, Lisa? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to take a lot of your time to monitor this, but I think the applicant's willing to work with code enforcement and cooperate.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Is the materials, the pictures with the materials and the storage trailers and everything, is that just for this parcel, this
Yes, ma'am.
property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're only building what's going on here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're agreeable to removing all the tires and debris and everything else that's on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are you agreeable and willing to work with code enforcement and staff
Yes, ma'am.
with what the Planning Commission recommended?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion to approve lost my place. Well, 37 for 1 year. with applicant to meet every 2 months with staff, specifically code enforcement, stormwater management, and community development to work on the development of the plans and for staff to report back to the Planning Commission periodically regarding, or report back to the district commissioner, I guess I should say, regarding the progress. And within the first month, applicant agrees to clean up the property by removing all trash and debris, anything that's not related to the structure of the home or the project. And number 3, no vehicles allowed on site. Applicant to remove all vehicles from the site that are not there properly. And that would be my motion. And any other comments, Planning Commission and staff comments in compliance?
I'll second.
Yes, and just for clarification, he's to remove all matters not pertaining to construction. Yes, okay. Just want that to be clearly listed in the comments. Just, I'm not a contractor. I just see a lot of ladders. And it just, some of this here, even beyond it, just needs cleaning up. And I don't know how to stipulate cleaning up, because providing this for a year means that this is an eyesore for adjoining property for a year, and we want the property to be ameliorated. I would just hate to have someone have to endure that for that amount of time. And so while it may not be as clear in the stipulation, I know the commissioner said to work with code enforcement, I would just ask that this stuff be neatened up, because this is adjacent to other property owners.
It will be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Gamble, did you have your hand up?
The only other comment is, I notice part of the property has a wooden fence, so you don't have the visual, but where the ladders are is a chain link fence, which gives you the visual. So I didn't know if we wanted to stipulate that he had to put a wooden fence up to take away from the visual aspect of this for a year, or require that all of this be behind the existing wooden fence, so that way the adjacent neighbors would not have to see the equipment and supplies for a year.
I know any type of fencing is very expensive.
Right, and
so
that's
I'm
why I
not-
just found it interesting that part of the property, some of the pictures show the wooden fence, and then you can see where it then transitions
I see.
to the chain link fence.
I see.
So the ladders and such are shown on the chain link, so I'm wondering if they could just move them over to the wooden fence area, just so you wouldn't have the visual to have them stored there.
Or extend
To the
wooden
extent
fence.
possible, yeah, been practical, just because I see some stuff in front of the wooden fence, but I hear what you're saying. I'm not opposed to the applicant doing anything to clean up what anybody's observing on this side.
It looks like you would have enough room to move it all behind the wooden fence.
Chair, I have a comment. Also, Commissioner Burrow, you mentioned to work with code enforcement, and perhaps you imposed a time frame in which to get this cleaned up, and I just missed it. If not, would you consider a window? I know you're going to grant it for 1 year, but to consider
Yeah,
a
but-
window at least to have it cleaned up.
Well, the Planning Commission recommended that he meet with staff and code enforcement, stormwater management, community development every 2 months to work on the development of the plans and for staff to report back periodically regarding the progress. So
Now, is that progress for the plans?
within the first month, he has to clean up the property
Okay.
by removing the
Okay.
trash, debris, and anything not related to this house,
construction, okay.
this project.
All right.
So is there a current permit issued?
He's on the stop work order because of code enforcement issues.
Okay, but otherwise, he has submitted plans, he's gotten the permits, he's done site plan review and such prior to the stop work order being issued.
He did have a permit prior to the stop work order, but he exceeded the permit by a little bit. So we're having to go back to get a letter of map amendment from FEMA to rectify part of the problem. So once we get that, then we can give him another building permit.
So he has we're giving him a year to come into compliance, period, and finish the project. But he's got a timeline of when he has to, what he has to do when.
That's right.
Okay. So that should be. Okay, so that's my motion. And I had a second.
Yes. Any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Commissioners, I know that we are approaching the lunch hour. Just want us to be mindful of how you want matters to proceed once we get to noon. We still have a number of cases ahead of us, and I believe one more held and continued case. Okay, we have one. I think we can at least hear one more before lunch.
What, 44?
Okay. Next case is LUP 44, Modelia L. Alvarez, request a temporary land use permit to allow more people and vehicles than the code allows in land lot 710 of the 19th district. The property is located on the southeast corner of Pear Road and Hickory Ridge Court. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 44? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Hello. Okay, I'm Nada Escobar, Modelia Alvarez's daughter. I'm sorry I couldn't attend the last court date. I had an appointment for my son who had a fever and an ear infection, so my brother came last time. So my understanding is that my brother said that we are 9 in total. We are, as his siblings, living in the house. He didn't include my son and my partner. So it's myself, who I'm 26, Mason, who's 24, Steven, who's 19, Anaí, who's 17, Emily, who's 15, Yuri, who's 12, Wasbelly, who is 10, Anthony, who is 7, Samuel, who's 5. This is all included all her children. And we have Anaí, Emily, Yuri, Wasbelly, Anthony, Samuel, and my 2 sons present today. They're in the back. So we are 13 total living in the house. We are all her children, her grandchildren, and her son-in-law. There are 6 cars and a trailer park in the driveway, so it's 7 in total. As you can see, we're a big family. My partner and I have 2 vehicles, 1 SUV and his work company truck. Another truck that my brother uses for his own landscaping company, which is why we have the trailer park in the driveway. The rest of the cars are there for when my family needs them. As I mentioned, we have teenagers who are learning how to drive, about to get a driver license, and soon will need a vehicle to move around by themselves to college, since one of them attends in college right now. We are just kindly asking to have permission for have the vehicles parked at the house and have more residents, which, as we are all family members, no strangers living in the house. As we want to make it clear, when my mother bought this house, they told her she could have more than 4 vehicles in that house. And there shouldn't be any problems since the house doesn't have no HOA. We are not bothering no one, the neighbor doesn't have an issue, and there's other property with their trailers and more than 4 vehicles parked in the house. So I don't understand what's the issue toward us. We also want to extend the driveway so the cars won't be parked on the street. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Don't go too far in case you get called up for questions.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, a matter of fact, the district commissioner said to stay right there. Did we have anyone in opposition present? Okay, not seeing any, I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, and I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Nada Escobar?
Okay, Nada Escobar. And you are the daughter to the applicant?
Yes.
And that is your mom standing beside you?
Yes.
Okay, okay. All right, you mentioned that there were 13 people at
In
the
total
rec-
living.
Living, okay.
Mhm.
I didn't catch that on the application. I don't know if that's noted on here, but thank you for sharing that information. And you went through the ages of all of them, and I don't know that I caught all of the ages, but if you wouldn't mind just sharing the number of adults that are at the property?
Adults, yes. So myself, who's 26, Mason, who's 24, Steven, who's 19, that's all adults. Who's about to be 18 is an IE next year. And then the rest of them are 15 through 2.
Okay, so.
And then my 2 sons.
Which are minors, correct?
I'm sorry?
They're minors, your children?
Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
okay, all right. So for the teenager that's turning 18, when is his birthday?
I'm sorry,
And when
can you
will he
repeat that
turn
again?
18? You mentioned next year.
Yes, she's turning 18 next year,
When?
on April.
Okay. Okay. The request is for 7 vehicles and for 5 adults. If you wouldn't mind also just going through the vehicles, I heard a work truck, I heard a trailer being stored at the property for a landscaping business, but if you can just run down the 7 vehicles and the driver of those vehicles.
Okay, so myself and my partner is 2 vehicles. One SUV and then his work company truck. And then it's my brother, he owns his own company, landscaping, so that's 1 truck right there. So that's 3 vehicles right now. And then his trailer, that's 4.
I'm
And
sorry,
then
pardon the interruption, the brother's trailer?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. And then the other 3 is what my mom drives, and the other 2 vehicles whenever my brother wants to use it, which is Steven.
And Steven is which age? I think it was 24?
19.
19?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And you mentioned there were 2 vehicles for your mom and Steven?
Yes, and then my sister, who's 17, she got her permit, but she's learning how to drive so she can get her license.
Okay, so for the 7th vehicle, is there a driver of that vehicle? Or is that vehicle just idle at the moment without, I guess, a designated driver for it?
It doesn't have, it's already, how you say it? It's registered from under my name, but right now it's just sitting there. So whenever, my sister get her license, she could start driving that car and she could start moving herself to college since she's in college right now.
Okay. And is she at a commuter college? Is she local, her college?
It's community.
Okay, where does she attend?
She goes to Chattahoochee Technical College.
Okay, and how is she getting to school now?
My mom is driving her.
Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So of the 7, there is a trailer, and these are work vehicles that I'm going over now. So for the work vehicles, there's a trailer, and you mentioned that your partner has a truck, a work truck?
Yes.
What type of truck is that?
It's a regular work truck. It's a Ford. I don't know what kind. It's just a regular truck.
So
that
when
he
you say
uses.
regular, do you mean like a pickup truck or something that has an insignia or a company logo on it?
A company logo on it.
Okay, and is it a pickup truck with the company's logo on it?
Yes.
Okay. So for the trailer, which belongs to your partner, does he also have a vehicle, and does he attach the trailer to his vehicle?
So
for
it's just
work?
one trailer. The trailer is my brother's, Mason's. He does attach the trailer to the truck. So it's 2 work trucks
Okay,
in the property.
and one trailer?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Okay. Okay, I think that's all I had. Do you guys have any questions?
Yes, just a clarifying question.
Yes, ma'am.
From the stats you gave, I'm showing 3 current adults and 1 young person who will be an adult next year.
That's correct. So it's myself, Mason, Steven, my mom, she's an adult, and
Your
my
mom is
partner,
a-
so it's 5
okay.
adults.
Your mom, okay, I don't necessarily need to know names, I'm just looking at numbers here. So your mom, and then I have a 24, 26, and 19-year-old, and a 17, soon be 18-year-old.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be the 5 that's you're requesting. Or-
You're
Okay,
requesting 7, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm seeing here on the applicant is requesting up to 5 related adults.
Oh,
So-
adults,
And
I'm
7
sorry. Yeah.
vehicles, so I'm
Right.
not aware of.
Yes, so it's
7.
5 adults. Okay, so it's myself, my partner, the 24-year-old, 19-year-old, and then my mother.
Okay, the 19-year-old. So you're not, you're the 26-year-old?
Yes, ma'am, I'm the 26.
Okay, and I guess I don't have here the partner. So all in all, you're looking at 5 today, or does 5 include the additional for next year?
5 including next year. What? I don't
Do you-
understand
are
your
you-
question, sorry.
How many adults are there today?
5.
Today?
Yes,
there's
ma'am,
5.
5.
Okay. So then next year, you'll be looking for an additional adult if someone doesn't move?
No, just 5, just the same number.
Okay. A 17-year-old, I'm not counting as an adult yet.
Oh,
But next
so it's
year.
going to be 6 next year.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right. Okay,
Okay, you had a question?
yes.
No. I do have a clarifying question off the heels of a question the chair just asked. You mentioned that, is it your partner that's the 24-year-old?
No, that's my brother, Mason.
Okay, that's your brother, and then you also said that you were 26, not to put your
Yes,
age
ma'am,
out
I'm
there.
26.
So and then your brother, or there's someone else there at 19?
Yes, that's Steven.
Okay, that's Stephen, but
Yes, ma'am.
what is the partner's age? Because it seems like I may be
Oh,
missing someone here.
He's 27.
Okay, because I don't know that you mentioned 27 years old, unless I just missed
Yeah,
that.
she didn't count his age.
Pardon?
She didn't count his age.
Okay, all right, she just
She just said 2
identifies.
partners, yeah, she just said partner.
Fine, okay, all right, just thought maybe I missed something, okay. Whew, okay. So we're looking at 6 adults. I don't have any other questions unless you guys have any? No? Okay, you may be seated. Huh? Okay, I'm sorry, you may be seated.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for your testimony. Yulisa, would you mind approaching?
Good morning, Yulisa Flossin, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Thank you, Yulisa. This case has come before us as a code enforcement violation, and I don't know if there are homes in the adjacent area with similar conditions. If you want to share, if you had a sweep in that community as well. If not, you can just jump into sharing a little backstory on the code enforcement complaints or
Okay, so
violations.
we received a complaint in regards to too many vehicles and also parking on the grass. It was on April 28th of 2025. The property was inspected on April 29th of 2025, and a notice of violation was issued for single-family dwelling, customary home occupation, and parking standards. This property did go through a round of early morning inspections in August and was found in violation of single-family dwelling. Majority of the days, 5 vehicles were observed at the property. A citation for single-family dwelling was issued on August 26. Last hearing, after court, we resolved the citation. There was a failure to appear. We went across the street and resolved the citation, and the fine was paid. So currently, the only violation we have at the property is the amount of vehicles. An officer went out on 12/8 and observed 5 vehicles at the property.
Okay. And also in your notes, you mentioned a court date on the 25th. Do you have an update on the, on the findings of that court appearance?
That court date for September 25th, the applicant missed court and a warrant was issued. And during the last hearing, we noticed the warrant, so we went across the street to resolve the warrant. So that case is closed out because
Okay.
the applicant did pay the fine.
Okay, all right, good, okay. And did you mention that you observed a dump truck with your last inspection?
The last inspection, no, there were only 5 vehicles there.
Okay, good, okay, okay. So you did not identify the trailer there either? Just for confirmation, the trailer, you did not identify just the vehicles? I just want to be clear
No.
on that. No, you did not?
No, we did not.
Okay, all right, good, okay. All right, thanks. That's all I have for you, Lisa, unless you guys have anything?
Just clarification, the issue is the number of vehicles, not the number of persons or adults in the home.
We did it based off of the number of vehicles because when we do the inspection, we don't see the people.
Okay.
The only way for you to prove single-family dwelling is by counting vehicles, or if the person voluntarily completes an occupancy statement, putting themselves in violation. Based off of the notarized occupancy statement, I would be able to issue a citation for single-family dwelling. And the other thing is too that the applicant mentioned about 2 business vehicles at the property. That's not allowed under customary home occupation. You're allowed to have 1 business vehicle under 12,500 pounds.
It's good to know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let me just kind of skip down, make sure I didn't skip over any questions. Well, before I get started, Bill, if you can help me understand, with the PC, they recommended denial, but also an approval in the stipulations. It sounds like they were trying to get a workaround to really enforce code, but it was a denial.
John may have that. I don't have that in front of me.
The recommendation was for a denial, but, you know, the way it's written is they give them 60 days to come into compliance.
Okay, but with the approval, anyhow, okay, all right, thanks. Okay, well, thank you for joining us today. Well, Before I do that, may I have the applicant come up? I just want a question of clarification before I give my motion. Can you confirm the number of work vehicles you currently have at the property? Based on code enforcement's early morning inspection, they only identified one, and the trailer was not there, but just if you can confirm the number of work vehicles at the property.
Yes, ma'am. It's 2 trucks.
There are currently 2 work vehicles?
Yes,
at the
ma'am, and
property?
the trailer.
And the trailer?
Yes,
So the trailer is still there?
Yes, ma'am.
So there are 2 work vehicles and the trailer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Oh, go ahead.
And just to clarify, are these work vehicles also used for personal purposes?
Just one of them.
Just one?
Just
Okay.
one of them?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, this one is a little bit more nuanced. There are a lot of moving parts with this one. And I'll start with the number of vehicle requests. Based on the size of the home, which is 1,408 square feet, the code allows for 3 cars and 3 adults. The request is for 7 vehicles and for 5 adults. I understand the family dynamics and the number of occupants in the home, and we certainly don't want to break up any families. With the young lady that's going off to college, I don't know what the plans are for the teenager or how long the arrangement will be with the number of vehicles there. And I certainly don't want to impose an unrealistic window because life happens, situations happen. So I definitely don't want to impose a window in which to reduce the number of occupants at the home, particularly since a number of them are minors. It seems that the majority of the occupants are minors. It appears that the applicant made attempts to bring the property into compliance, the code enforcement violations into compliance, so I appreciate that. Regarding the work vehicle, based on county code, it will allow 1 work vehicle at the property. And that is one in which I am willing to allow. In addition to adding perhaps maybe 2 more vehicles to the request, so reducing it from 7 to 5, which is just essentially adding 2 vehicles to what the code allows. So with that, and I understand that the PC recommended denial, but I'm going in a different direction here with this, Madam Chair. And I am prepared to make a motion. But before doing that, right now, we're at 5 adults. The code allows 3, so we're adding an additional 2. But next year, one of the teenagers will also become an adult, so now that increases the number to 6. But if a 12-month LUP is supported, then this will come back before the board within 12 months, and I believe it'll be a few months after the birth date of the 17-year-old, so we'll be able to take a closer look at the situation at that time. So I am prepared to move forward with the motion.
Commissioner
Was there-
Sheffield?
yeah.
If I can just, I understand your train of thought here. They made a statement that they were willing to extend the driveway. With the motion that you're being prepared to put forth, can the driveway accommodate what you're looking to approve, or do they have to make improvements to the driveway to accommodate? If they have to make improvements to accommodate the vehicles, when should that be done by?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily want to impose an expense on the family if I'm only approving for 12 months. So I think whatever the driveway and the current parking accommodations can handle, then I anticipate them parking there based on county code. I just don't want to have them take on that expense if it's not a permanent solution. But thank you for that. Anything else? Yeah.
I think I saw that they also, with the code enforcement violations, they observed some on the road and some on the grass. So you want to make sure with the driveway, whatever it can accommodate, they can't park on the grass or, you know.
Yeah.
It has to be on a hardened surface.
Yeah, it has to be on a hardened surface, which is county code, but I'll address that in my stipulation. And as far as the street, I mean, the street is a public street.
Right.
Can't prohibit people from parking on the street. Chair, did you have something? I thought I saw you reaching for your mic. Okay. All right. All right, with that, I'm prepared to make a motion. And I make a motion to approve LUP 44, 2025 for 12 months to allow 5 vehicles and to have just 1 work vehicle at the property, and I will leave it to the applicant to determine which vehicle that is. And the removal of the remaining vehicles, including the trailer, within 60 days of December 16th, 2025. All vehicles are to comply with county ordinances and code with respect to parking on hardened surfaces. And all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
I'll second. Is there any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. With that, the time is now 12:05. I'm going to suggest that we too take an hour break for lunch and come back. We do have 4 matters to follow, which include LUP 49 and also other business items 57, 65, and 70. And 70. Oh, poll, so that's 5 items. Okay. All righty.
So when are we coming back?
In 1 hour. Yeah. So that's 1:05. Okay. All right. With that,
She's making a face.
we're adjourned. Welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this December 16th, 2025. First matter of business, I would like to go back to the prior zoning hearing, as I believe that motion will need to be revised, and I will turn things over to Commissioner Sheffield to
Thank
help
you,
walk us
Chair.
through that.
Sure, and just for my colleagues, when I made the motion, and this was on LUP 44 with the 5 adults, when I made the motion to increase the number of vehicles, I neglected to address the request or the additional adults at the property. So I just want to go back and amend that. There are 5 adults at the property, and there's one that will soon to be an adult. So I would like to update my motion to reflect the anticipation of that person. Yeah, 6 adults, yeah. So do I need to rescind, Debbie? Legally, how do I need to just kind of walk through that process? Reconsider?
Do we reconsider the motion?
I think that we can just amend something previously adopted.
Yes.
To make a motion. So just for my clarification, since I missed the earlier part of that motion, this is the request it's also part of the original request of the applicant. There's not a change, or you're not limiting what is being approved.
We're not limiting, we're increasing. The
Okay.
original request was 7 vehicles, and 5 related adults,
Okay,
where the code allows for 3 and 3.
yes, then it would just be to amend something previously adopted.
Okay, and then go into the motion from there?
Yes,
Okay.
as it's revised, yes.
Okay, all right. So I make a motion to amend something recently adopted?
Yes, so I would make a motion to amend, if it was LUP, whatever that number is, and there would be a vote on that.
Okay.
And then you would read your
Go back
motion
and-
as it is
okay.
amended.
Okay. All righty, thank you for that. I make a motion to amend LUP 2025.
LUP 44.
44, 2025, excuse me.
Okay, we're amending the motion as previously adopted for LUP 44, 2025. That was her motion. Is there a
Yes.
second?
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and before I make the motion, I had an opportunity to speak with the applicant at the end of the meeting, so the family is aware of what we're doing here today. So to that end, I make a motion to approve LUP 44, 2025 for 12 months to allow 5 vehicles, with the removal of 2 vehicles to include the trailer within 60 days of December 16th, 2025, and to allow 6 adults. All vehicles are to comply with county ordinances and all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
I said 12 months.
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is LUP 49 of 2025, Darius Endahar. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more people and vehicles than the code allows in land lot 156 of the 16th district. Property is located on the northwest side of Highland Terrace, west of Kent Road. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 49, Darius Endahar? Is there anyone here opposed to that case? The applicant's not present, Madam Chair, and there's no one here to oppose. We'll go ahead and give that person a call to see if they can come in before the hearing ends.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, moving into the other business part of the agenda. First case we're going to hear on other business is item number 57 of 2025, which is to consider a reduction of public road frontage from 75 feet per tract to 0 feet per tract for tracks 2 and 3 for Trailside Equities LLC. The property is located on the south side of Wesley Chapel Road, south of Bluffy Drive, in land lots 320, 321, and 328 of the 16th District. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 57? We got 3, 4. Okay, let the record show there's 4 people here in opposition. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jordan Deeney. I'm the applicant on this project. I know we met last month, but our goal here is to file an approved plat with the county for these 2 properties. These 2 vacant lots located behind the home at 3832 Wesley Chapel have been mapped on county GIS mapping and have been taxed as buildable lots and have their own parcel numbers for many years now. So we're just trying to finalize them, get an approved plat filed with the county so that they are indeed their own standalone lots. And then in last month's meeting, it was asked of us to have more conversations with different departments to address any comments and concerns. So we have done that over the last month. And I did send an email, and I apologize, it was this morning. I sent one to Chairman Burrell and also to Mr. Peterson. I have it on my laptop. I could put it over here on the screen if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. How does that work? Oh, right here. Please let me know if you need me to zoom in on any areas that you can't read the text on there. So one area of concern was showing proposed driveways to access the 2 homes and back, and also showing the homes on the plans. We have shown that here. Another area of concern was the impervious area on the home, as it was at 35.6%. As it stands right now today, it is over the 35% threshold. So the area hatched out in kind of a pinkish reddish color is a proposed asphalt driveway that we would remove. And then also you can see where we're putting in the new driveway to reach the homes and back. So with doing the work of removing parts of the existing asphalt driveway, the new impervious area would be 31.9% on that front home, which would be under the 35% threshold. And then also we spoke with James Washington with the Department of Transportation, and he suggested that we make, instead of having a shared driveway to the rear 2 homes that are separate from the front home, he suggested that we make them all three lots coming in on the existing driveway there that's already used for the main home. And then also on this plan, it shows the line of sight coming from that driveway there as well. And then we also spoke with Brian Beatty with the fire department. And there's a note on this plan as well for that. So the issue that came up in last month's meeting was that the minimum distance for a home to be from a fire hydrant is 500 feet. The home in the rear lot would exceed 500 feet, roughly by about 150 feet. and he stated that an interior home sprinkler system would satisfy the requirement for that home, and we did include that note here on this plan. And then I just wanted to make a general comment that the rear lot, I know we had some of the public bring up concerns about disturbing land back there, but maybe nearly half the rear lot is floodplain, and you cannot touch anything in floodplain. That would have to be something that would be improved on the building permit process. So there's no plans to touch about half of that over a 1 acre parcel. So our goal with these properties would be to have homes that are kind of more private and secluded and limit kind of the land disturbance there. But that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. We'll now hear from those in opposition, and just be mindful of the time that's on the podium.
Hi, I'm Catherine Reinl. I'm a resident in the Chapel Hill Estates. I'm speaking for my neighbor who had to leave, but they previously filed a petition about the dangers there with the limited site, and provided an addendum to that because there was recently another accident in that around that corner in where they damaged the curb and hit a neighbor's mailbox. The problem is when people come around that curb, if somebody's stopped turning left or something, they have no choice but to hit one of the mailboxes or go into one of the yards. So primarily our concern is around the limited sight distance on that blind curve and the lack of shoulder there that's along that curb, and the additional traffic that would result from the additional homes adding to that. Any questions?
Not at this time. However, if the district commissioner has any additional questions, she can call you back up.
Okay. Sorry, I do have a picture from that recent accident.
Okay. Thank you. We'll now hear from our next speaker.
Chairwoman, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Melissa Hagan, and my husband Charles and I and our 3 daughters live adjacent to the border of the Wesley Chapel property. First, since the day of the last hearing last month, despite the Commissioner's clear direction, Trailside Equities has made no attempt to contact my husband and I, nor any of the surrounding neighbors. No calls, no meeting requests, nothing. The lack of basic outreach is a big red flag on how concerns would be handled going forward. I've also been asked to speak on behalf of Kane and Sarah Notke, who reside at 3847 Bluffview Drive, as well as Hayden and Joe Satterfield at 3849 Bluffview Drive. Both properties are along the eastern portion of the Browns property line. Second, stormwater and erosion. My property runs along the creek where this site meets mine, and the erosion is already severe and dangerous. There are undercut banks, exposed roots, collapsing edges. Increasing impervious surface here means more runoff and higher peak flows into a creek that is already failing, which will accelerate erosion and downstream impacts. The disruption to the root systems by construction and leveling to access the site alone would cause serious damage to the surrounding properties when the many large trees along the bank uproot and fall toward other homes and current structures. I have some photographs taken just this morning demonstrating the severe erosion issues that would be exacerbated with the development to the land that drains down into the creek. photograph number 1. As you can see, I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying that there are exposed roots, that this creek is highly dangerous already with the level of erosion. Half of the trees are already exposed on the property. So any development, any extra gushes of water, I mean, I just don't see how a safety concern like this could be ignored. It's not just a trickling creek. This is a lot of water coming through this area. This portion here is actually very close to where they have a hunting blind right now on the property. I don't know if you can see in the corner here. There's this old rusty wheelbarrow, and then past that they have set up. They've been attracting deer with feed, and they do have a hunter that comes each year during hunting season to use a bow hunting technique to cull the deer. Apparently, we talked to them in years past when my daughter was yelled at by the hunter for being nearby. Obviously, safety reasons when little kids are playing in the forest nearby. But we were told that that was totally legal, acceptable, because Dwight had given permission to the hunter to be there on his land and to use it for that purpose. So, but this area here is right next to where they have that that site where they're using that for the hunting. But with the creek along the property line already failing, adding any impervious surfaces of homes even far away from the creek and floodplain itself, just the homes and the long shared driveway would increase runoff dramatically and make those obligations and risks much higher. Third, this should be treated as a subdivision level request, not a simple variance pathway. The deed's legal description and the owner's use of a homestead exemption for tax purposes on the lower sections of their land strongly suggest the parcels and intent require a higher level of scrutiny. Fourth, traffic safety. Visibility entering the proposed shared driveway from Wesley Chapel is limited. We've already seen repeated accidents, damaged mailboxes, curbs, and other government property needing to be repaired on a regular basis. Increasing turn movements will inevitably increase safety incidences and costly repairs unless the entrance is redesigned and validated with real site distance and a safety review due to the blind curve. Finally, if you granted this today, how many additional variances will be requested when the next development constraint appears? Please deny this request as submitted or continue it until there's a real neighbor outreach, credible erosion and stormwater protections, and a safety plan for the driveway. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Are there any other speakers? Okay, not seeing any, I'll turn it over to our district commissioner.
Thank you.
Matter of fact, before I do that, this is other business. Let me get staff's recommendation first.
Sure. Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. Number 2, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Number 3, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And number 4, road frontage reduced to 0 feet for tracks 2 and 3 only.
Thank you, John. I'll turn it over to our district commissioner now.
I'm sorry, reduce, what was the last thing you said?
To reduce the public road frontage to 0 feet for tracks 2 and 3 only. They're required to have 75 feet, and the variance is for 0 feet for those two
But that's
lots.
the variance that's being requested.
That's right.
Okay. Can I first have DOT?
Wilson Collins, Cobb DOT.
Hi, Wilson. This entrance off of Wesley Chapel here, is that the existing current for the home that's there? The front, that fronts Wesley Chapel?
For the proposed development, there's existing today, yes, Commissioner, and the site plan, which was displayed earlier, I believe, showed removing half of the existing driveway.
Removing half of it?
Yes, Commissioner, there's
connect to the
two
two
driveways
parcels.
currently.
Oh,
And the
okay,
recommendation was to make it one, so they're going to have, I guess, there's
okay.
one on either
But
side of the island.
the existing home that's there and the current access driveway, does that meet site distance?
Based on the document that was sent over this morning and showed earlier, it appears to show the site distance was verified by the surveyor. I need to review that, but it appears based on what was seen this morning that a surveyor did verify the minimum site distance is available on the existing driveway, I guess, to the west, as you would see it.
Okay, so where would it be to add the two lots behind this house? Where would the, as long as it connects up here to the existing one, that's what has to meet site distance? Because you're
Yes,
not going to connect to a road.
I'm not sure where that, the plan that was sent this morning, did you have that, or was that the, on his?
He,
Is he, can I, if I could show the plan that was submitted, I just don't have it because it was sent over
Okay.
digitally this morning. So yes, based on this conceptual site plan, I believe the area in purple is an existing driveway that does not meet site distance, which is called to be removed. And the surveyor shot from the driveway to the west where that blue dot is, approximately 3 feet off the ground, and shot and was able to make that 390 feet. You could actually see it, the blue, I don't know how to work that thing. The blue line that the surveyor did, yeah. It says 390 square feet.
okay. So the new lot will meet site distance, the new access point driveway.
It's verifying that the existing access does meet from the westbound, and they're going to remove the eastbound, which does not satisfy the current site distance requirement, Commissioner.
Okay, because that was an issue. And I don't know, this isn't really a question for you, but the two additional lots that are being proposed, are they both a minimum of 20,000 square feet? John?
Yes.
And they're going to reduce the impervious to a maximum of 35?
Correct.
So what's their variance? The road frontage is the only thing?
Yes.
But the only way to connect is from one driveway.
That's right.
Okay. That's all I had. Does anybody else have DOT questions? So this new driveway access will improve the site distance from where it is now.
By eliminating the second driveway, which wasn't even in compliance anyway, they are only leaving the only one driveway that appears to be in compliance based on what the surveyor shot and was seen from this today. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And then your other comments about curb and gutter, and is this going to be a private driveway or a public?
Commissioner, I've recommended
Right.
that this be a shared driveway and 20 feet in width, and have a shared access easement between the lots in order for them to all use the same single driveway and access point. With regards to the curb and gutter, that would only be upon redevelopment, so probably outside of what the developer would have to do based on this site plan. Is how I have it worded. It's upon a different land disturbance permit.
Okay. Andrew, I thought you were going to be off the hook today, but you're going to have to come up. That's all, oh, you had something for Wilson?
I do, and I'm not sure if it's a Wilson question or if it's a John Peterson question. But just because we are lot splitting this doesn't make it a subdivision. Therefore, are the roads public or private?
Well,
It's sitting a road.
It's a driveway.
Well, because I'd like clarification because it's the assignment of responsibility. If this lot split gets approved, who will be responsible for maintaining this access road?
it's going to be the responsibility of the three property owners to maintain the road.
And it's a driveway with easements. It's not really a road.
Correct, Commissioner.
Or public road, I mean, for, that we would maintain or, but it has to be up to county standards for the driveway. No? Yes.
For the first 25 feet from the edge of the right-of-way would be, what DOT's purview would be as far as the driveway's consideration goes, Commissioner.
And that's in your comments, or should be.
As per the detail 116R and a residential driveway standards, not spelled out specifically, but that is a requirement within the code.
Okay. Anything else? Andrew, can you come up?
Thank you.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Can you address the creek that we saw in the roots and the erosion issue?
Yes, unfortunately, a lot of creeks in the county are what we refer to as incised or basically cut in like that. There was a lot of development in the county in the 70s, even before 70s, 80s, when the county had minimal requirements for erosion control or stormwater management. And so there is some kind of ongoing stream bank erosion like that you can see that's unfortunately kind of common in a lot of streams in the county. In my comments, I had envisioned for this development that they would have to provide on each lot some sort of system to capture and manage the runoff from that lot. And the goal being to try and, at least with respect to these three lots, to try and, ameliorate that impact from at least these three lots. I don't think that the individual who spoke in opposition is really going to see a great improvement by doing that, just because there's so much drainage area passing through that area. There's probably many, many hundreds of acres in contributing to that stream. And so it's not going to change that many hundreds of acres, but at least we're going to require them to do, to meet our current standards on those three lots, so.
Okay, and what would they do? What would that be? A detention pond or?
Yeah, if it were, in a way that we could do that, our preference would be to have some sort of centralized system that we could capture that runoff. The topography on this lot and the shape of the property is kind of not really conducive to having like one centralized facility. And so we're probably going to have something that's kind of a system that would be on each individual lot, and we would have to try to capture as best we can that impervious area that's on that lot and get it into that system. And so that would be a little bit of a challenge, but it would be something that we would have to work through with the developer, when they come through with the plat to try to get that figured out.
Okay, is that in your recommendations?
In my comments, yes.
On comments, I mean, okay. And then that would be whatever system or method that is put in place would be decided in plan review with your comments, recommendations going back.
That's
to
right.
the developer. Okay. Okay. Anybody else have anything? And staff is recommending approval?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm ready to make a motion. I understand that really the only way to access these lots is through a shared driveway and doesn't give them road frontage. And I really don't like splitting lots, but they're all three will be 20,000 square feet minimum, which it's zoned currently to R20. And as long as they capture their own water runoff on their three parcels, you know, like Andrew said, it's not going to improve what's happening now, but they will be managing their runoff to not make it worse or contribute to any overflow in the creek. And the other thing is they cannot have more than a maximum 35% impervious surface. So with all those comments and staff, DOT, staff, water recommendations, I would make a motion to approve other business 57. And again, maximum impervious for each individual lot, 35% maximum. All lots to be a minimum 20,000 square feet as zoned R20. And all comments and recommendations from staff included.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. You're welcome, thank you.
Okay, next case is other business item number 65 of 2025, which is to consider a site plan and stipulation amendment for Victor J. Eaglin and Dr. Angela Richard Eaglin regarding rezoning applications Z188 of 2005 and Z3 of 2013. The property is located on the east side of Snow Mountain Court, south of Lost Mountain Road in land lot 384 of the 19th District. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 65? Got one? One? Okay. Was there one or two? One? Okay. Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Angela Richard Eaglin. And I want to first start by saying you don't know what you don't know. So we moved to Georgia in February, bought the property, and on that property, when
Ma'am, if
we
you
were
don't mind
buying
just
it.
bringing that mic a little bit closer
Oh.
to you. Thank you.
So I said we moved in February of '25 here to Georgia, and so we had a realtor working the business for us. The homeowner did not disclose that there was a buffer zone in that property. We did see that that backyard was a mess, And we would have never moved there. We would have never purchased that property had we known we would not be able to do anything with the property. So that, I wanted to give that background first. We did call the realtor once we heard that there was a buffer zone, which we didn't know until we started having the trees cut in June or July. We started having the trees cut, and I'll talk about that a little bit more because we both have severe allergies. I have a, oh, anyway, I have a stack of medical records this high just to show why. That from my ENT, and that's only partial medical records. But I want to say, since we got the citation about the zone, beyond our original grounds for appeal, the buffer zone on our property didn't appear in the zoning case for Z-188 of 2005, the foundational legal document that should establish the requirement. Wrong property boundary was cited in Section 8E of the citation, which was circled by the officer. And it specifies a 20-foot buffer and in quotes along the subject property's western boundary line. Our property is located in the eastern side of the subdivision, so it seems as though the citation was factually incorrect. Then there's conflicting buffer dimensions. The citation references a 20-foot buffer, while the plat shows 25 feet, which is a discrepancy, and there was no explanation for that. Also, the plat we received did not have anything, when we bought the property, did not have anything on there about it. We did also call the real estate attorney who admitted that they did not do a search on the property. We have owned, and we still do own other properties. We, as the purchasers, have never done that. So we've heard a lot of people say, well, you should have checked it out. Again, you don't know what you don't know. We didn't know to ask that. We've never heard of that. And then, while the buffer appears on the subdivision plat that we've since obtained, it's not codified in the zoning ordinance, which raises questions for us about legal enforceability. So our summary request is that we respectfully come before this board requesting removal of the buffer zone requirement for two compelling reasons. One is the legal foundation being fundamentally flawed. So as detailed above what I just said, the citation contains those factual errors about the wrong property boundary and conflicting specifications, 20 feet versus 25 feet. And it lacks clear authority for us in the governing zoning ordinance. And second and most critically, it poses a documented medical hardship. So my husband is a veteran diagnosed with PTSD. I suffer from chronic sinusitis and chronic allergic rhinitis because of extensive environmental allergies. Again, I am revealing my medical information because it's factual. And this is, just like I said, just from when I first started getting diagnosed with all of that. I have been allergy tested. I'm only not allergic to 3 things. Obviously, I can't walk around in a bubble, but again, like I said, we wouldn't have purchased the property knowing all that pollen, and it wasn't even really trees. If it was nice trees, we wouldn't have a problem, but it was brush and trees that hold pollens that I know I'm allergic to, wild brush. I've had 3 sinus surgeries in the past, and yeah. And all of this is steroid injections, antibiotics, the surgeries, all of the things that I've been through. And so we're asking for removal so that we can at least enjoy our property reasonably. I still have to go inside after a certain period, but when all that stuff was there, it was even worse. So we're asking for a removal of that buffer. And my husband does have some additional information. We also have our neighbor here who would like to speak.
Hello, board. My name is Victor Eaglin. I want to point out the area we're talking about. This is the western side. Everything in the zoning case refers back to the western side, and it's a 20-foot buffer. So throughout the whole subdivision plot, it doesn't say anything at all referring back, you know, in the decision. It doesn't say anything to this zone right here, this undisturbed buffer. So I went down Friday, I discovered this information. I went down to the zoning office, And some employees helped me realize that in the citation, it pretty much wasn't legal. And we discussed about, did somebody just draw in this 25-foot buffer, or because it's not referenced nowhere in the decision. So we went through that. I spoke to the arborist. We came up with the same thing. I didn't influence his decision one way or another. He told me on his own, Mr. Eaglin, that refers to this side of the subdivision. He said, what side, what's your address? He looked it up. I said, 4370. He said, that's over here. He said, I'm not sure. I can't explain to what happened, but it's not anywhere. I'm going to take it in the back. We're going to look over it again, and it's just not in the decision. It wasn't in the decision in 2005, and it wasn't in the decision of 2013. In 2013, it was referenced to this western side, and I agree. If we were on this side, we wouldn't be here today because I would have the trees back or whatever they have in 2013. So with that, I have pictures of what was actually cut inside of the zone. So we had it surveyed. This right here to the right is the end of the buffer zone. What I had cut started right here. In this area was an open space. So only from here to here, and this right here is a 6-foot fence with 20 to 30-foot trees. And this is approximately a 60-foot oak tree. So nothing was growing in this area, only in this short amount of time, except poison ivy. On the other side of the buffer zone in our yard, this is what it looks like. That's what was kept, in that area. So to prove the fact that they did have gaps in the buffer zone, this is in my neighbor's yard, from Lost Mountain Road all the way until our property line, showing the gaps they had. And it wasn't a natural buffer zone. So you could see that there's no evergreens in there. This is what it looked like in his yard. If it looked like that in our yard, we wouldn't be here today. This is more what it looked like, what I had cut down. Georgia vines. They had some, maybe 2 trees that produced a lot of pollen. And I couldn't take, with me having PTSD, I couldn't take what was going on or what I felt was going on. I have a real, okay, I have a problem with that, basically. Let me just say that.
Good afternoon, respect to the committee. Appreciate you taking the time out to listen to this. I'm actually a neighbor that lives, and actually, if you can put back
Sir,
up.
can you state your name for the record, please?
Thank you. I'm Sam Clear.
Okay.
I live at 4382 Snow Mountain Court, which I'm not very next door, but the following property next to it. I also have, if you could put up the last slide where it showed actually property lines, that will actually kind of give you an idea where I live at and how the impact is pretty much the same that I'm dealing with, and I'll explain to you that thought process. I'm looking for the actual property where we showed before. Okay. The plat. So thank you. So if you notice where the green mark is, that's where Victor and his family live at. There's not the property next to it, but the adjoining one next to that one. There's a small piece of land, probably roughly around 5 to 10 feet. They're impacted the same way on the same property line. So if we, I could probably point it out. Well, I guess I only have 14 seconds, so let me be brief. What I'm referring to is it impacts the same way. I've been in that neighborhood. I was the HOA president. We've been impacted by this neighbor for probably about a good 12 years. I started within that same neighborhood.
Sir, your time has run.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair enough.
Okay, we'll now hear from those who are in opposition.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the time today. I'm here on behalf of my mother, Emma Barrow, who lives at 1874 Lost Mountain Road and received the notice. She's 90 years old and has had 3 heart procedures recently during this entire ordeal. Lost her husband of 73 years, Gene Barrow, in April, so she is in a lot of distress right now. This has not helped a great deal, so she's asked me to show up today to tell you why we are opposed to this and why we want the destruction of the 25-foot buffer, natural buffer zone that was negotiated in good faith by Garvis Sams, the late Garvis Sams, to be a permanent buffer for the privacy and peaceful enjoyment of their property, which runs the entire line of the subdivision, the retreat at Lost Mountain.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Can you speak a little bit closer to the microphone for us?
Okay,
Yes,
is
thank
this
you.
better?
Yes.
Okay. So when the subdivision was first developed or was being discussed, Garvis met with my family and met with my parents to negotiate what would be a fair privacy zone between the subdivision and their property. Their property line had been for 36 years just forest out there. So he graciously negotiated this as a permanent buffer zone. And then it wasn't until recently that it had not, that it had been disturbed. And it was completely destroyed. All the privacy was destroyed. It's right in my parents' backyard, right at their driveway, right in their backyard, their, back door. They have a pool in the backyard. When you sit on the patio now, you look exactly into their windows, and they see exactly into the pool, into the backyard, and into the garage. We're not only opposed to the buffer zone being destroyed after, nearly 36 years of enjoyment out there, but also, again, we would like to have it restored, what has been restored. When my mother asked them to stop with them, when they brought a clearing group out to clear, she asked them to stop. They were belligerent. They told her to call her attorney. They talked to their attorney. So this is why we're here today. I will show you some photos here, and I think I've submitted these as well to Commissioner Gambrell. From their property zone, from their property area. Sorry. Thank you. You can see this is the privacy that they had, and this is right beside where they've cleared. This is recent pictures in the last couple of weeks, or the last week rather. So you can see this is the kind of foliage that was there. And here's a close-up of the foliage. It's more like the red tip and some small trees. This is what it looks like now. This is from their garage door. This is what you see from the patio. This is there's a short wall that they had put up when the subdivision was built. And this is the way it's been cleared off. It was cleared off up to the wall completely and into the wall area. So not only 25 foot of the area was removed and destroyed, but it went right up to the wall, which includes some of the percentage of the property of my parents' property. And this is the way it looks on their side, on our side rather, for privacy and purpose, enjoyment purpose. So it's not just aesthetics, it's really a privacy issue, and all of the other neighbors down through there have left it natural, and this was probably one of the better areas where the foliage was dense because it was near their house and right in their back door and right at their pool area, and it's gone. And there's absolutely no privacy there.
Okay.
So my request respectfully to you is to ask them to restore that area, and please do not on behalf of my family, please do not allow the buffer to be destroyed and removed. Okay. Take any questions?
Not at this time, but if the commissioner has any more questions, she'll call you back up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that was our only person in opposition. John, can you let us know what staff's recommendation is, please?
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the board deny the request and direct the applicant to replant the 25-foot landscape buffer.
And thank you. I will defer to the district commissioner.
Thank you. And if we could have Yolissa come forth, please. Can you please tell us about the allegations made that you had issued the citation incorrectly?
We don't have a code enforcement case for this property, ma'am.
My understanding, I thought code enforcement cited the property on August 11th.
We don't have an active case at this time. You're referring to an old prior case?
Nope, 2025. Because I thought we were here today because of a code enforcement violation.
No, ma'am. Give me a second, please.
Okay. John, am I incorrect?
No, I'm reading the comments from site plan review, which it's on page 3 of the report, and they do mention that a code enforcement officer responded to a complaint. Yeah, and a code enforcement officer investigated and determined that a significant amount of vegetation within the buffer has been removed.
And because of that, that is what started the process of the applicant having to submit an other business item, correct? Okay. Okay, so with that, I'd like to call Andrew Heath up.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Hi, Andrew. And on this property, I know they showed an opening going from Lost Mountain all the way along the back side of the property. My understanding, that is a drainage easement. Is that correct? That then flows into the detention pond, which for my fellow board members, you can see right down at the lower corner of the photo that is on that's the detention pond.
Yeah, there is a detention pond immediately south of that home. Honestly, I can't remember, I don't have the plat in front of me right now. I can't remember if it was shown as a drainage easement or not. I remember on the final plat that strip of property at the rear was shown as an undisturbed buffer. But did we have the final plat? We could look at it real quick. I could confirm that for you. I don't know if we have the plat for that one. We were just looking at that. I think that was the applicant's site plan. It doesn't indicate that it's a drainage easement, but that was not the final plat. So that doesn't necessarily mean they could have just not shown it. To be honest with you, I'd have to look at the final plat to know for sure. But I don't recall looking at the final plat that it was, but it is definitely shown as like a 25-foot undisturbed buffer.
Okay, because I know John's coming over to you right now, because I know he and I had a conversation on this.
Yes, and yeah, thank you, John. It doesn't appear to be, I see it labeled as a 25-foot undisturbed buffer, and then the line further in the lot is the 40-foot rear building setback, but I don't see it labeled as a drainage easement.
Okay. But we do know that water does flow through this area to the detention pond from Lost Mountain Road. Okay, that's all I have for you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Go ahead.
I just have a question regarding the evergreens. It's the recommendation to plant evergreens, and I wanted to know if the applicant had any type of allergies to evergreen, because she mentioned that she's allergic to all but 3 things, and I was wondering if she was allergic to evergreens.
No mention was made as to the specific.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you're going to have to wait until you're called up. She didn't request it. She just said she wondered, but it's going to be, it'll be directly requested.
In the application, it was not specified if there, you know, what species or what triggered the allergies. None of that was submitted in the application.
Okay. But, excuse me, but staff is recommending a particular type, so I'd like to know from her if she's allergic to that, and if so, if there can be a consideration for a substitute type of planting that she may not be allergic to.
Sure, and I haven't read my motion, but that was a consideration that I was going to take when I
Okay.
did make my motion.
Okay.
Is for them to work with the county arborist.
Okay.
In what needs to be replanted.
Okay, that's sufficient.
Okay. So if there's no other questions, I'd like to go ahead and make my motion. Again, the applicant purchased the subject property on February 28th of 2025. The recorded warranty deed referred to the recorded final plat of the retreat of Lost Mountain, which depicts a 25-foot undisturbed buffer along the eastern property line of the subdivision, including the eastern property line of the applicant's property. Code enforcement cited the property owner on August 11th, 2025, and after receiving a complaint and verifying that a significant amount of the vegetation had been cleared on the subject property. Stormwater management does not support the reduction or elimination of the 25-foot undisturbed buffer. There is a stormwater easement that begins on Lost Mountain Road and flows through the subject parcel to the stormwater detention pond, which is located adjacent to the subject parcel's rear property line. And while additional stipulations were added in 2013 to accommodate fencing, there is to be no clearing, and the fencing will meander around any existing trees. The stipulations specifically stated no mowing or clearing in the buffer. Additionally, there has been no credible evidence presented that a claimed disability has no feasible means of mitigation or that can lead to a reasonable accommodation to be provided under the zoning code without inflicting permanent alteration and damage to an established buffer. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion to deny OB 65 and further require the applicant to reestablish the 25-foot buffer to county standards. A staggered double row of 5-foot minimum height evergreen trees must be installed along with a single row of evergreen shrubs at a minimum height of 24 inches. The county arborist shall work with the applicant to ensure that the replantings are allergy-friendly to their specific needs. The county arborist must review and approve the landscape plan depicting the proposed buffer planting prior to installation. The buffer shall be replanted by April 20th of 2026. Removal of an established buffer is an extraordinary request, and there is no reasonable remedy for a permanent alteration of this magnitude.
Any discussion? I will just share for the applicant, this is not the first time that this instance has come before us, and sometimes these undisturbed buffers, they come up, years later with someone who is in a similar situation to yours. And I can't speak for what you may have referred to in determining the purchase of your home, but I can share that in our records, it is showing the condition of the buffer being there, and it's also depicted on the map that's in front of us as well. So I just wanted to share that, but understand how frustrating it can be as you are not alone in having this issue. With that, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. John, can you help me in understanding what additional cases we have?
We have OB 70, OB 71, and then we did try to call the applicant for lot 49, Darius Unhar. We did not get in contact with that applicant.
49, okay.
That is yours.
All right, thank you.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, next case is other business item number 70 of 2025, which is to consider a site plan and stipulation amendment for Toll Southeast LP Company, Inc., regarding rezoning application Z72 of 2020. The property is located on the west side of Johnson Ferry Road and on the south side of Waterfront Drive, in land lot 470 of the 16th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 70? Two, okay. Let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Sir, you can begin whenever you're ready. Just note that Commissioner Allen had to run for a matter. He will return, but for right now, it'll be the 4 of us deliberating.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of Toll Brothers Southeast in this application for other business. On your screen is just identifying where this property is located. I know that you recall this particular zoning case that was stretched into 2020 and 2021. And so we're back for a minor request as it relates to one aspect that we'll get into. But I just want to remind you where this is. We're coming in solely based on the residential portion of this development. If you'll recall, you see where it says LRO. That's where the East Cobb Church is now being built and constructed. The RA5 section is now being development's nearly complete for the residential portion of this development, where Waterfront Drive has been relocated to Johnson Ferry. So across the top is Shallerford Road, kind of going up through the center, north-south fashion is Johnson Ferry Road, just to orient you as to where we are in the county. But again, this being another business matter, it's a pretty detailed request in terms of what's being asked. So let me get right to it on the site plan. Now, this is reorienting you to just the residential portion of this development. In this orientation, Johnson Ferry is here, is where Johnson Ferry is. These properties are the adjacent commercial properties that front on Johnson Ferry. This is the residential portion that's been developed for the new subdivision. Here we have what is the relocated Waterfront Drive. This development, when you last saw it as a Board of Commissioners, and it was approved for the residential portion, it was approved for no more than 5 units per acre. It was a mixture of townhomes and single-family detached homes. At the time, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of just under 100, between 95 and 100 units. Ultimately, what was done after the studies had been completed, like was stated before in that original zoning hearing, ultimately, they decided to do a all detached, single-family detached development. So there's no townhomes in the residential portion of this development, and it was a maximum of 77 homes. So it was actually ended up being developed, and the final site plan was for 77 homes. So that portion of this plan was approved as part of the final site plan approved by the district commissioner after it had been reviewed, and certainly good deal of input from the community members as part of that process. But ultimately, the 77 detached homes was widely received on a very positive manner for this proposed residential portion of the development. Toll Brothers, one of our leading luxury home builders in Cobb and across the nation, is now the one that's going to be building the homes. We're here for a request as it relates to these lots here. It's lots 16 through 23. These are the lots that are very much to the rear interior of the development. Again, these are the ones that are adjacent to the commercial property and parcels that are on Powers Ferry. This access here is an emergency access only that leads out to the relocated waterfront, but that's emergency only. The main access comes in off of Johnson Ferry in this location here. Along the rear of these lots, ultimately where it was developed, there's a drainage easement as well, and drainage features, as well as a retaining wall. These lots, when Toll is now looking to build homes on the lots, what they're looking to do is move those houses forward so that a better backyard can be created for these new future homeowners. And that's what's driving this request. Because it was site plan specific with setbacks that were specific, this comes before you as an other business application. For these lots, to reduce the front setback from 20 feet to 14 feet, lot 16, which is the lot that's kind of in the corner here that has a somewhat atypical type of radius with the street, is a reduction from 12 feet to 10 feet for that front setback only. In addition, these driveways would be reduced from 20 feet minimum length to a minimum of 18 feet. Because of that, we've also added 4 additional guest parking spaces in another location here on the property. For your information, there's guest parking here and guest parking here that really serves this area of the subdivision and will certainly be available for these homes. Again, the whole reason that we are asking for this request is because of the rear circumstances for these lots, which contains a drainage easement and retaining wall that backs up to the commercial, and they want to make sure that the backyards are sufficient. Toll Brothers is going to build a fantastic home here and wants the residents and their future homeowners to have that level of enjoyment for their rear yard, and so we are requesting that it simply be moved up. As you can see where this is located in the overall subdivision, it is not impacting any other neighbor, resident, commercial, or otherwise. In fact, pulls it away, the homes away from the exterior perimeter. It is not impacting, as we sometimes say, it's not impacting the health or welfare of the county in any form or fashion. These are private streets that are contained within this development. This aspect, this portion of the development does not have a sidewalk on that side of the street. There are sidewalks in the community, just not on that particular stretch of that section. So this is not a situation where we're pulling them up and we'll have a sidewalk in front. In fact, there aren't sidewalks on that stretch at all. Again, we think this request is very much one that is very targeted and intentional to just those lots to create better backyards for future homeowners and for house fits for Toll Brothers and the houses that they'll be building here so that they can create that a better environment for their future homeowners. Again, we do not believe that it impacts the community at large. It only makes for a better community and subdivision for Toll Brothers moving forward. We're here to answer any questions. We have representatives from Toll Brothers. If it gets too much more technical than I can handle, I'll be happy to bring them up so they can explain that further. But that's our request, and we respectfully request your approval of this other business application. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I'll turn things over to our district commissioner. If we do not have anyone, matter of fact, no, I have a couple things to do. We have people. Oh, okay, I must have missed that. We will now hear from opposition. Just be mindful of each other's time. Richard, I think you've been here enough times to know the drill. can begin whenever you're ready, sir.
Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, my name is Richard Grome. I am the East Cobb Civic Association case manager assigned to OBI 70. I met twice with Mr. Moore and discussed the applicant's request. As I'm sure many of you remember, the negotiations for the rezoning of this property under Z72 2020 entailed months of give and take to arrive at the compromise we have today, which resulted in several pages of stipulations and eventually an approved site plan. Today, in the applicant's submittal for OB 70, Exhibit B says that the requested reduction in the front setbacks of lots 16 through 23 would also require a decrease in the length of the driveways from the required 20 feet to 18 feet. The approved site plan dated June 5th of 2023 states that all driveways are to be a minimum of 22 foot long and 20 feet wide. ECCA is not aware of any previous reductions in length of the driveways for lots 16 through 23 being approved to 20 feet. In addition, the approved site plan states no street parking has been approved for this development. Parking for trucks of residents or maintenance personnel will certainly not fit on a driveway of 18 feet. As an example, a suburban GMC Yukon XL is 18.8 feet in length. With an 18-foot driveway, they will be hanging out in the street. Regardless of the front setbacks, ECCA believes the driveways need to be at a minimum of 22 feet. When the applicant shortened the driveways, he was required to add 4 additional guest parking spaces, which he did. He located them next to lot number 73. The addition of 4 guest parking spaces next to lot 73 does little to aid parking for lots 16 through 23. And last, the site plan submitted for lots 16 through 23 reduces the front setbacks but does not change the rear setbacks. This proposed change enlarges the buildable footprint of the lots and increases the impervious surface. The impervious surface for the entire residential section of this development is already at the approved maximum of 40%. ECCA recommends the requested reduction in the front setbacks be approved only if the driveways for lots 16 through 23 remain at 22 feet. The rear setbacks are increased by the corresponding decrease of the front setbacks of the lots 16 through 23, thus not enlarging the buildable footprint, and all staff recommendations be included where not in conflict with the above recommendations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Sir, we have a balance of about 7 minutes.
My notes said good morning, but I'll say good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Rumrell, and I live in Chimney Lake Subdivision, which is catty corner across Johnson Ferry Shallowford Road intersection from the development. I have been heavily involved in the Z72 2020 zoning from the beginning, one of which one of you commissioners, I can't recall which one, said it took longer to get this to a commission vote than a pregnancy. And now comes OB 70. I support ECCA's recommendation for OB 70, of keeping the driveways at 22 feet. That was agreed upon. The approved site plan has a note that says all driveways shall be 22 feet, and that was after much negotiation. I would say that if it's necessary by the builder to have a 22, to set back the garage slightly, he can modify his house plans, or perhaps you could consider a slight reduction in that rear setback to allow him to set back the garage only, as long as the allowed impervious surface is not exceeded. Now, Since the applicant, by filing OB 70, has opened up Z 72 for additional scrutiny, there are several violations of county code and the approved site plan drawing notes that can be remedied here today. One of them, the total number of parking spaces does not meet the requirements for guest parking plus amenity parking. Be wary of the term on the drawing that says parking spaces without separating out the requirements for guest and amenity parking. They are separate in county code, and if you'd like, I can cite those code requirements. Also, there's a requirement that guest parking be evenly distributed throughout the development. I wish you'd take a look at this site plan and see if it's evenly distributed. Therefore, I ask you to keep the 4 additional guest parking that the applicant has asked for, but I'll ask for some more, because the total number, again, of amenity plus guest parking does not meet county code requirements. Secondly, the drawing that has been submitted with this OB states, as did the approved site plan, that all lots will have a minimum width of 45 feet. Why then is lot 57 shown as having a width of 43.66 feet? Please ask the applicant to explain. The stipulations say there shall be green and pocket park areas, blah, blah, meaning within the residential. I exclude the linear park, which is adjacent to, but within the residential. I don't see any green and pocket park areas within that residential development. So therefore, I believe that most of these items that I just talked about can be remedied by sacrificing 1 or 2 lots out of the total of 75 for additional parking to meet both the amenity and guest parking requirements and be evenly distributed throughout the development, and for green and pocket parks. So therefore, I ask you to consider those requests as you consider OB 70, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I am going to recuse myself from this matter as I'm looking through the files. I recuse myself from the underlying North Point Ministry matter, so I'm going to turn things over to our vice chair for the rest of this particular case. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So that was the only 2 opposition we had?
Yes.
Okay. This is another business, so Mr. Peterson, what is your recommendation?
Sure, Madam Vice Chair. Staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to the stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet. Number 2, fire department comments contained in the other business packet. Number 3, Exhibit B submitted by the applicant. Number 4, overall site plan contained in the other business packet. And number 5, all previous conditions not in conflict with this amendment to remain in effect.
Okay. Thank you. So, well, first of all, we were all here in 2020 and 2021 when this was approved. However, it was District 2. Now it's District 3. So I want to go back. Well, can I have the applicant up here, Mr. Moore? Where? Oh, there he is. So there's some, I guess, conflicting comments on either in your stip letter or in our minutes of the minimum length of the driveways being 22 or 20.
Right. It's 22.
So what was approved?
22. I misspoke when I said 20, but it's 22 on the approved plan.
Okay. And what is required for our code for 20, for detached, single family?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Commissioner, if there's an actual footage 20 or 22 or 24. I think the board put that in as a stipulation to make sure you can park 2 cars without the car blocking the sidewalk when people were walking by.
Okay, so we did approve it at 22.
22 is what per the zone conditions.
Okay. And you're asking for 18?
On those, yes. It's from your fire department. If you have a driveway length that's less than 22 feet, then the parking ratio changes. And so you have to add guest parking if you have driveways below 22 feet, which is why we've added the 4 guest parking spaces. That was so we would accommodate the fire requirement.
Okay, but our code is 20 or 22?
It's 22 feet in the development standards.
Mm-hmm. And when this was approved through the zoning Z72, we set it at 22.
Correct.
Okay.
Because that's how we
I'm
parked
having
it.
trouble with that. And then when you reduce the front setbacks,
Yes.
normally we add it in the rear. And I know that you're saying that the rear of these lots 16 through 23 back up to the commercial property on Johnson Ferry, but are you going to increase the rear setbacks for what you've taken off the front?
If that's the board's decision, that's what they'll do.
Yeah, I would require that.
Yes.
And you said you're reducing it by 14 feet, so you're going to add 14 feet at the back,
We're
at the
reducing it,
rear?
we're reducing it by 6 feet.
Oh, you're going from 20 to 14. Okay.
Yes.
So you can add 6 feet to the back?
If that's the board's decision,
Okay.
yes.
Well, it is. It's been a long zoning day in District 3.
Yes, ma'am.
So, as far as Mr. Rumrill's comments about other issues in here, I'll have to get inspections and code enforcement to look at any of the steps that aren't in compliance. But that's not addressed today. That can't be addressed really today. So I would, well, I'm still struggling with 20, even 20 feet driveways, but anybody want to weigh in?
I'll bite. So I agree with you. And if you look at the fire comments, the reduction of the driveway from 22 to 20 feet dictates additional parking requirements. Nowhere in there does it go less than 20 feet. So that's where my concern is. Again, we're going down less than 20 feet here on the driveways. And as was stated, SUVs are 18 feet long, and they will be hanging into the roads. I know these are private roads, so I guess, unless Mr. Moore can answer this, what is the width of your roads that you're proposing in this development since they're private?
The private streets are still to Cobb County development standards, so they're still minimum of 24 feet back of
24
curb to
feet.
back of curb.
Okay, but I still, there becomes dangers when you've got vehicles extending out into the road. I also have concerns that we're going to shorten the driveway, which is going to require the use of off-site parking, but there will be no sidewalk on the side of the development that people are going to have to walk to access because of the reduced parking availability.
There's no sidewalks internal?
He said the grade out, if I remember what Mr. Moore said, but on our plan that we're showing here, the grade out ones will not have a sidewalk, I believe is what you said. The sidewalk was only going to be on the other side of the development.
Other side of the street, yeah.
So again, we're we're shortening driveways, we're gonna force people to park on off-site, but then we're not gonna have driveways where they can easily walk back to the property to access it. Now granted, they can walk on the other side, but then they have to cross the road. To me, there's just too many variances being asked for, and I didn't support this back in '21. I thought it was too dense and intense, which again is being supported by the requested variances.
So let me just be clear. What I'm struggling with is going from 22 to 20. I'm not agreeable at all to 18 feet driveways. But I think they need to stay at 22. And you need to add 6 feet to the rear if you're moving the houses up and reducing the front setback by 6 feet.
Right, but if you don't allow him to reduce the front setback, then he doesn't have to add to the rear. Or are you saying that he must meet the minimum rear setback no matter if we grant the 22-foot driveway or not? Because I don't think, John, does he meet the minimum rear setback if we have a 22-foot driveway currently?
Yes, I believe they could put a house on there that would meet the setback, even if the board increased it 6 more feet.
Okay. So it would just change the footprint of the house
Yeah,
that
just
they
pull it
could build.
forward.
A quick question regarding the sidewalks between 16 and 23. Is that the only area within the development that will not have sidewalks?
No, there are,
They're on the other side.
there's sidewalks, it's just, that's one stretch where there's not, because it's immediately across the street. And there's a couple of other locations where they're not on both sides of the street. Because it's an internal enclosed private street community, so that's why.
Right, but if you can confirm, are there sidewalks in front of 24 through 28? It appears to be, but.
No, on that side of that street, there is not a sidewalk. The sidewalk across the street, across that subdivision street is where the sidewalks are.
Okay,
For that segment.
okay.
Yet I think it's important to note that their amenities is on the side without the sidewalks.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of asking.
Where this parking is?
Well, and then you can also see the amenities. It would be, as we're looking at it, kind of in the right hand, up next to home, what is it, 28, between 28 and 29. It
Mhm.
looks like their amenities area, and again, there's no sidewalks on the side of their amenities.
They're on this side, into the parking lot. Okay, if there's any other comments, I'm ready to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve OB 70 to reduce the front setbacks by 6 feet and compensate in the rears by the same 6 feet, adding to the rears by 6 feet, and keep the driveways at a minimum 22 feet. And all other staff comments, recommendations not otherwise in conflict remain.
I'll second for discussion. Were you done with your motion? Okay, second for discussion. Go ahead.
Commissioner Burrow, your motion is conflicting because if we reduce the front setback to 14 feet, there's no way that they can construct a 22-foot driveway. Right, but if you look at their request.
Well, John said they could.
They just offset it.
We've got a motion and a second. I have to call on you, but let her finish.
Okay, so how I'm reading this is they want to reduce the front setback from 20 feet to 14, so that's your 6 feet. So they're pulling the house essentially 6 feet closer to the front, meaning it will be set 14 feet off of the street. There is no way you can put in a 22-foot driveway if the house is allowed to be 14 feet off of the right-of-way. Am I missing something here, Mr. Peterson?
If you're talking about a front-loaded garage, you're correct. But I think these houses may have a side-loaded garage, but it's gonna curve the driveway a little bit.
Okay, but how do we know that these are side-loaded garages on these parcels? Because the site plan that we see, these are very narrow
Very small lots.
lots, and in order to have a side entry garage, you need to have, what is it, 12 feet, I think, on the side in order to have the turn to go in to the garage? I'm not seeing that depicted on the site plan to accommodate a side load garage.
It also could be the houses are set back, or the garage portion of the house is set back farther than the front of the house.
Right,
But this
but-
is probably something that the applicant can answer.
Okay, so Kevin, what is your setback between houses? Side setback?
You have the front, that's just defining where the front of the house has to be. If the driveway has to be 22 feet, then the garage is set back off of the front of the house. And that's how you accomplish that. You see it. It's done quite often. So they'll set the garage back, so it's an offset from the front of the house to accommodate that.
So are you proposing side entry garages for this development?
Not in this location. There may be what they call a courtyard garage, where there's one that comes in, then it sets off. But these would be, to accommodate these, would be an offset garage, if they do that.
And this only applies to lots 16 to 23.
That's it. We're only talking
As far
about these
as
lots.
the compensation on the setbacks, rear and
That's
front.
it.
And all of them have to be 22 feet.
That's
Based
correct.
on the approved site plan and steps. So that will remain.
Right. And just
So
for, oh, sorry.
I'm only allowing the rear setbacks, the 14 feet and the 6 feet added to the back.
Right.
If I-
But just for visual for the garage, the point is you'll have the house, but the garage obviously won't be at the same alignment as the house. It would just sit back to make up or to accommodate the length of the driveway.
That's right. You just won't, the garage won't be in line with the front of the house. If they want to
Right.
bring that forward, it'd have to be offset by 8 feet,
Right, okay,
which is not that far.
okay.
If we could also get clarity, this request for lot 16 was from 12 feet down to 10 feet on the setback, front setback. Same thing applies, but I just wanted to make sure that it was addressed as part of this request.
And then I also need to add impervious. So in one place in here, the impervious was 45, but did we require 40 maximum when we approved this?
The zoning conditions state 40% maximum for the RA5 area.
Right.
Okay.
And maybe to make Commissioner Gamber feel better about the length of the driveways, maybe you could add a condition in there that the district commissioner approve the house plans and driveway plans for lots 16 through 23. So then we
Okay.
can ensure that they're 20 feet
Okay.
long.
What?
I think Commissioner Burrow's motion was for 20 feet.
Oh, I thought she wanted 22.
She said 22 for the driveway.
For the driveways? I said 20, they would stay 22.
Okay, 22 feet, okay.
It was 20.
And I also need to add 40% maximum impervious on each lot, 16 through, on every lot, but for what's before us today.
But then also, Mr. Moore brought up lot number 16 had a separate variance request, reducing the front setback from 12 feet to 10 feet.
Right.
that was approved?
No,
And
he's
the
asking.
initial
That's part of this,
zoning-
that's part of this request. The final site plan, yes, had the 12-foot front setback for lot 16, and we're asking it to be pulled forward 2 feet. That was part of this request. I just want to make sure it was addressed, and it can be, obviously, you would address it the same way, hopefully.
I'm totally confused.
To make up for the compensation towards the rear of the property.
Right, it's only 2 feet, that's right. But the driveway would not be reduced, per your motion.
Okay. I see what you're saying. I didn't know it had a different,
Yeah, it's a little confusing. It's
Setback.
got a unique
because of
condition
where it's situated.
because of how it's situated, right?
Okay. So, whatever is removed from the front setback would need to be compensated in the rear,
Yes.
whether it's 10 feet or 2 feet or 6 feet, I don't know, per lot. Okay. And then the driveways to remain at 22 feet and the maximum impervious 40% maximum, and all other staff comments and recommendations and stipulations to remain in effect, not otherwise in conflict. And that's my motion.
Okay, I'll second that, but just for clarification. No, because we know how these guys are. Sorry, Kevin. You said all lots, that if they get moved forward, then they go to the rear? But this application is only for specific lots. So are you going to
No,
allow?
I said specific to 16 through 23.
Okay.
The other ones aren't in for a variance.
Okay, okay. But it's, just as long as that is part of the motion, that it only applies to those lots.
Yeah.
Because the way you stated it, I was thinking he could apply that to
No.
any lot.
No. It only applies to 16 through 23, and all the other steps remain in effect for everything else. Okay, does the clerk have all that down? I have a motion and a second, and I guess we need a 3-0 vote, because we've lost 2. So, call the question. Motion carries 3-0 with Chairwoman Cupid and recusing herself and Commissioner Allen absent.
No. Two more.
We never got in touch with Lot 37.
No, we did call them and leave a message, and they have not contacted us back, Commissioner Brown.
Okay, so can I make a motion to continue it to February?
Well, let me go ahead and call it in and read it into the record, and then y'all can discuss how you want to handle that. Because it could be that you just approve it to the PC rec which was to approve it for certain time periods for certain things. So let me go ahead and read that into the record.
I want to continue it.
Okay.
I don't want to hear it today without them here, or
Okay,
I'm not
so
sure.
let me just do this then, Commissioner Burrow and Chair. Staff would ask the board to continue LUP 49 of 2025, Darius Andahar, until your February 17th hearing date.
All right, Commissioner?
I make a motion to continue Lot 49 to the February 17th
Yes.
hearing.
Second?
All right, is there any discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 4-0.
Okay,
And I believe that takes us.
item last. Last item on today's agenda is other business item number 71 of 2025, which is to consider installing a gate and making Hearthstone subdivision a private road for JW Collection LLC. The property is located on the eastern side of Maze Road in land lots 16, 59, and 90 of the 19th District. The applicant is present, and earlier there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in. It was on consent this morning, and there was one person opposed.
And there were people.
That was 65. There was 15 opposed.
Okay, there's 15 opposed?
Yeah, it was 65.
Okay.
Okay, why don't we take a head count?
Okay, let's just take a head count. All those opposed, please stand up and raise your hands.
We never counted those in support.
15?
Let me look.
15.
You don't have it. Yes, 15 opposed. Before.
15 opposed this morning.
Yep.
Okay, all those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Chairwoman, Commissioners, my name is Michelle Horstemeyer. I represent the JW Collection today, and we are here before you with Hearth Song. It's a new development we're planning in West Cobb off of Mays Road, and we are here asking for permission to add gates to the community, which will make the roads private roads. The gates, we are setting them back about 300 feet from Mays Road, so there's plenty of room for stacking and queuing. There also is a turnoff so that anybody who is waiting at the call box would not be in the main driveway, so residents would be able to still continue on. And then just the other structure that you see there is the mail kiosk just beyond the gates. We've submitted to Cobb County, I believe, August 1st, and have been through 2 or 3 rounds of comments and have been working with staff and all the various departments and have addressed all of their comments. So we believe we are down to final comments, and adding these gates would finalize the LDP for this. Okay.
Does that conclude your presentation?
I think so.
All right.
Until you have questions.
Okay, sounds good. We will now hear from those in opposition. I believe there was more than one of you. Just be mindful of time. There's a clock on the podium that you can refer to. And for those of you who are new, please state your name before your comments.
Hey there, thanks for your time. My name's James Dickinson. I live in one of the adjacent communities in Essex Park. The first thing I'd say is we're not used to this process. We don't know what we can and can't say. We did put a notice out late last night to some of the neighbors in the surrounding areas, and just in about 4 hours, there are an additional 55 people signed petitions here who also object that couldn't make it here today. I'm sure if we left it for a few more days, this has happened in 4 hours. We asked people to drop them off in his mailbox. I'm sure we get another couple of hundred, but there's about 15 of us stayed around right now, and there's probably another 50 in this area that you can have their signed petitions. There's a couple of things we would like to talk about. The first is that one of the things why we're so concerned about the entrance, we appreciate his right to develop his land. However, with the expansion in Paulding County and, west of us in Cobb, in the morning and the afternoon, the traffic now backs up all the way from Lost Mountain, all the way to past this junction. And people have started using it over the last 6 months as a cut through Mays Road. If you zoom out there, they're coming off of 120, and they use Maze Road, the cut through, to get through to Midway Road right there. There's been a number of accidents already. There's glass on the floor right now if you go out there. There's already a pretty, you know, how can I put it, a memorial with a teddy bear. You're all familiar with that on the side of the road where someone's got killed. And people drive crazy when they're going home at night, when they're coming in the morning. And, you know, I have a daughter and a son who's just starting to drive, God help me. And this is not good. You know, I understand, I work in construction. I'm pro-development, you know. But right there, the road, it already can't cope with the traffic that's now been asked for it. It's only a very small road, just from the people that are, you know, the development elsewhere. And, you know, adding a development of that size there, it's not just 30 houses, it's 30 houses with trash trucks, with, you know, landscapers, all this kind of stuff. You know, we're genuinely worried that it's just going to exacerbate it. Any additional load without other measures are just going to lead to more fatalities. Also, in the previous drawing just put up there, they said there was a 300-foot distance to the gate, but that wasn't 300 feet. I mean, it wasn't even the width of one lot. So I don't, but to the gate, yeah, I mean, I don't know where 300 feet is. 300 feet would be the entrance there, and the gate would be all the way into the division. So I'm not sure, but that looks completely incorrect. It looks like maybe it's 40 at best. So I'll just point that out, that I'm not sure where 300 feet is, but I mean, I'm pretty sure if you put a ruler on that, it's not 300 feet. That would end up at that first intersection. So first off, that seems off. The next thing is, I know, again, I don't know whether this is the forum or not, but on the docket, it did say that this would be approved, you know, with the Cobb, you know, if it complied with the Cobb DOT comments, stormwater management comments, all this good stuff. We have some homeowners here that directly adjacent to the development and have huge concerns about the stormwater plan that's been put forward. Right now, you know, the way that Woods works, most of the flow kind of isn't sloped directly towards their properties. It's shallower, and it slopes, you know, quite evenly and along it, and it dissipates because it's, you know, it's relatively shallow grading. The proposed grading plan in areas up against these guys' properties, this gentleman in particular, it raises it almost 25 feet, you know, with a very steep slope, with no measures, no flume, no way of controlling the water and the velocity that comes off of those slopes into these properties. And surely that can't be acceptable for them to impact and add water to land that already floods. And then the other issue that we see, and we went outside and spoke to the developer earlier, like he suggested. There is a proposed tie-in going through Todd's property for a sewer in the northeast corner to tie into the sewerage on our subdivision. Again, our subdivision is over 30 years old, and, you know, I don't know what state the pipes are in, but tying a brand new 8-inch sewer with 30 homes into a subdivision with 100 homes is significant amount of extra load. So of course we're all concerned that, you know, is that going to be okay, or are we going to have sewer issues? Also, he hasn't given any permission. They said, you know, the gentleman from the developer said there's an existing easement, so we actually took the time this afternoon to go to the Superior Court there and pull the plats. There is no easement. There is no easement on the plat. So again, I don't know whether this is the opportunity for us to talk about that or whether there's another hearing, but I guess in time is the essence. So really, you know, we're concerned about the stormwater and how it doesn't address the current grading plan doesn't address stormwater correctly going onto the adjacent properties. Okay. And a slope like this versus something you can walk up is that, you know. Sorry.
Okay, got it.
Oh, great, thank you.
Balance about 4 minutes.
And then just the traffic issue too. I would ask that a proper traffic study be performed, you know, with the little black things across the road that counts the cars, because it's already overwhelmed. You know, like I said, the road hasn't got curbs. It's just a country road. You know, people just take off and go into the sides. It's not safe. It's just a rolled shoulder, if that makes sense. It's not safe. So I would ask, you know, that a study's done just to make sure that what they're proposing is okay.
Thank you.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Todd Thompson. I live in the property adjoining to the back of the new neighborhood. The deed to our house, which we've been in for 23 years, there is no easement for sewer. So we haven't even been approached with requesting it, but there is none. When we purchased the home, it was not revealed to us. If there is, I'm not aware of it. And their plans are going right through my front yard. We're really concerned about, just loss of property value, stopping up our sewer being overflowed with, 30 more houses, as well as all the rainwater, which will be well above my house. And I have a basement that backs right up to the edge, like 15 feet from where the water will be coming right down. So we're just concerned about basement flooding, sewer backups, and the easement. I just don't know where, it's not on the deed to the house. It's not listed. So, anything else? I mean, I'm just requesting maybe we can just hold off or deny approval till I can do some further research with an attorney and see where we are, move forward.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Frank Cozell. I live at 490 Mays Road, directly across the street from Mays, from this development. Just to speak to the stormwater portion, this is my land. It floods on Mays Road pretty regularly, and there's an 18-inch pipe that feeds into this property. So just for a visual, whatever calculations by stormwater that put an 18-inch pipe under Mays Road, this is the result, or some of the resulting effort. And then additionally, just with this development, and seemingly with all the developments on the safety front, on our property we have horses. This development's going to put sidewalks to Mays Road. It can sometimes be treacherous to cross Mays Road. Kids will probably be coming out on this sidewalk to nowhere, maybe to see our horses, maybe to walk down the road, but there are no more sidewalks. All over Cobb County, there's no sidewalks. So it's almost pointless to have the sidewalks to nowhere continually being added with no, I don't know if there's a master plan in Cobb County to actually complete and connect sidewalks, but Mays Road in particular, I can count five or so wrecks on Mays Road since we've lived there since 2019, and a couple of them pretty bad. So that's all I have.
Thank you. There's a balance of about a minute left. Does anybody have any final remarks? You can, yes, if you want, yes, any of those remarks will need to be stated on the record.
I guess that, right? I mean, again, I'm just really concerned about what they're going to do with the sewers, where they're coming right through my front yard, and they're basically going to take over my front yard. And we would have never purchased a home if we knew that supposedly there was an easement there, because it was never revealed to us, it's not on the deed, and there's no record of it.
Okay.
So that's what my biggest concern. Other than that, I'm fine with, new developments going in, that's the way it is, but I just think we should hold off until I can get a better scope of what's going on with my property.
Okay.
So I think that's fair.
And perhaps this easement that, if there's a previous easement, is it since been abandoned, and, not used for over 20 years? I don't know what the rules
Well,
are.
we've been there 23 years, so, and there's never been anything there, so.
We don't know where to look. We went to, like I said, the district court and asked the lady. She pulled up the plat, and she said there's no easement there. He's not aware of one, so I don't know. That's all we got. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
Can these be
it.
submitted for public record, just?
Yes, you can
okay.
pass it to the gentleman to your
Thank you.
left. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Will there be another hearing, or is this only opportunity?
This is it. Okay.
Except Kelly.
All right, we will now ask staff for their opinion before deferring to the district commissioner.
Yes, Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to 1, the subdivision's roads can be private with a gate. Number 2, Cobb DOT comments. Number 3, stormwater management comments. Number 4, fire department comments. And number 5, county chairperson execute the memorandum of agreement as required for County Detail 424 gated communities prior to any building permits.
Okay, thank you, John. I will defer to our district commissioner.
Okay, and if the board would not mind, I'd like to get several things put on the record, because what was brought up is outside the request of the private gate, but I think we need to get clarification on that. So with that, I am going to start with Chris Dugan.
Chris Duggan, Cobb Water System.
Duggan, I'm sorry. So there's discussions about the easement. My understanding is that there was a private easement that was entered to back in 2001. Can you give us an update on where that easement stands?
Sure, yeah. So there is an existing private easement of record that is recorded at the Superior Court Clerk's Office. It's not on the plat because it was recorded by easement document after the plat was recorded. But it is a private easement, which is not sufficient for the purposes of installing a public sewer line. So the developer will have to work with that underlying property owner to dedicate that private easement to the county. And they're currently in the process of working through that. The easement is across 3936. I forget the road name, but I'm not sure if that's the address of the gentleman who spoke earlier, but that's the, okay, yeah, so that's the property that the developer has proposed to get the public easement across.
Okay, and if that public easement is obtained, my understanding is there is a current 8-inch pipe to handle the sewer flow. Is that pipe sufficient in size to handle an additional 29 homes?
Yes, an 8-inch pipe can handle about 700 homes. So right now it's at about 1% of its use capacity, and with 29 homes, you're looking at about 5% of its available capacity.
And while I know it wasn't brought up today in testimony, there was a lot of emails circulating that a lift station would be required for this property. Is a lift station required for this property, or can it flow by gravity?
There is no lift station shown on their development plans. It's all flowing by gravity into the existing sewer system. So yeah, no pumping of sewer.
That is all the questions I have. Do any of you have questions? Okay, thank you. Next is Andrew Heath from Stormwater.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Hi, Andrew. I know Mr. Kozel had reached out to me last week, and I had shared the photos that everyone had seen. And it is my understanding you have been working with him to address those stormwater concerns. But can you kind of update the board as far as, from your perspective, how we're going to handle what we're seeing in those photos?
Right, and actually, I have spoken with Mr. Kozel on the phone. We haven't actually kind of gotten together to talk about that. Kind of first became aware of some opposition in the neighborhood Friday and yesterday, so kind of starting to respond to them. I'd like to, talk to him further about that. Actually, when he had some photos there today, I had seen those photos, but I wasn't 100% sure where that was before he spoke today. So apparently that's there, like at Mays Road in front of his property, the way I understand it. So that is, I'm assuming because he lives on the opposite side of the road from the development, that's actually like backing up of water on the opposite side of the road from where this development is. But nevertheless, whatever his concerns or the other neighbors as well, I'm in the process of kind of beginning to reach out to them and maybe try to talk to them about that. Like you say, I mean, today's hearing is kind of about the gate, and so the stormwater management plan is a much broader issue than that. So I can continue to reach out to him and discuss that issue with him and the other neighbors as well who might have concerns about that too, going forward.
Okay, thank you. And then there was mention of steep slopes and how that was going to impact stormwater runoff into the adjacent property. How is our stormwater plan going to mitigate that?
Yes, we don't see that plan here. There's primarily the way their stormwater system will work on site is most of the developed site is captured, and it's actually draining through a series of swales and pipes back kind of to the north where there's a large detention pond, and that will actually that's being circled. That's actually a permanent pool lake. That's not really part of it. That is there, but it's not really being utilized for that. This plan isn't actually showing their development plan, but there's a separate detention pond that captures the runoff from their site and then controls that runoff into the stream before it leaves the site. And the stream leaving the site, the main stream, you can kind of see is that blue line going kind of off to the east, right about in the middle of the parcel. Along that right side, and the homes that are along the right, or in this case, the right being the east side of the property, because the property is falling that way, I believe that's the side that there's a fill slope there. So there, the way the development plan is set up, there is both a swale and a pipe system along that right side that captures most of the developed runoff from the lots, so that really the only thing that's sloping down that slope is just that slope itself, just the graded slope itself. So the idea there is that there used to be, there was more area that drained that way, and as a result of the grading, they're going to interrupt that, capture that, take it to the detention pond, so that only that grass slope can pass off there to the east. And the idea being that really the rate of runoff shouldn't increase anywhere where water leaves the property. And so that's a goal there, is to interrupt that water, get it to the detention pond, and then not allow any more than just that, relatively minimal amount from that slope to drain off toward those neighbors. So that's kind of how the overall plan works. And I know there were several neighbors that spoke. I believe I know where Mr. Kozel's property is. The other neighbors, I would have to get their property, and I've gotten some emails from them and follow up, and I presume that it's probably some neighbors who do live along that east side, and from some emails that I've already received. So I can follow up with them, and we can have more kind of in-depth discussion where we can actually show them the plan and show them what's proposed.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, Spencer, or Wilson.
Wilson Collins, Cobb DOT.
Wilson, can you verify from their site plan how far back the gate is actually set?
As measured from the right-of-way, scaling it off, it appears to be approximately 130 feet, or a little over twice the required setback from a gate to the edge of the right-of-way, Commissioner.
Okay, so it exceeds our development standards.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, great, thank you. As far as the petition, just so my fellow board members know, the petition has 4 points. One is they are concerned about the existing traffic, as already stressed and strained, specifically at Friendship Church and Mays Road and Midway at Mays Road. Number 2, existing traffic is nearly impossible to leave Friendship Church Road to Dallas Highway, turning west from 3:30 to 7. Morning and evening traffic is a slow crawl along Dallas Highway from after Parkside West Cobb to the Lost Mountain Shopping, or Lost Mountain Road. Just so those in the audience know, we do have a planned intersection improvement at Dallas Highway and Lost Mountain Road, which is a joint project with GDOT. It was originally supposed to start in 2018, but here we are today. Hopefully it'll be started, I believe, in 2028, is it?
Potentially.
Right? Eventually, okay. Again, it's challenging working with GDOT, but hopefully that will start getting traffic to flow in this area. The third concern is, again, that this has created a genuine safety issue for vehicles traveling both east and west along Dallas Highway. As the posted, they're saying some drivers can reach 50 miles an hour. The posted speed limit along this portion of the road is actually 55. And I drive this road and know it's not 55. And then their fourth statement on the petition is essentially this dilemma has resulted in motorists using a bypass parallel where drivers are using Mays Road to avoid Dallas Highway during the rush hour crawl. I know in some of the emails that we got, there was question as to a light at Friendship Church and Dallas Highway. My understanding is we had a study done in 2022, and at that time, it did not warrant a light at that intersection.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Can you tell us when we might be doing another study to reevaluate that intersection?
I can request that after school comes back into session.
Okay, if we could put that back on our list for studies, that would be great.
Yes, Commissioner.
And then also there was concern about trees. I'm assuming that was at the entrance to the subdivision. Does the subdivision entrance meet site distance requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, it does.
Okay, great. That was all my questions. Does anybody have any additional questions? Thank you, Wilson.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, I have no other questions, and while the community does raise great concerns about the development of this property is being developed by right. So therefore, the concerns of the number of lots and such is not something that we can take into consideration for this application, but I am asking the community, if you do have stormwater concerns, please contact my office. We will share them with Andrew, and he will work with you to ensure that this development addresses those concerns. And with that, I would like to make a motion to approve OB 71 of 2025 as read in the record by John Peterson.
Second.
Is there any discussion? And Commissioner, can you clarify just to those who are here what you mean when you say zoning by right?
So zoning by right is each property has a zoning designation, and this one and all properties in this area are zoned R30, which means the applicant can come in and pull a permit and develop the parcels as long as they are the minimum of 30,000 square feet. This parcel is kind of unique. An R30 designation has a zoning density kind of roughly of 1.1 units per acre. Of course, it can be slightly higher depending on the shape of the parcel, but as long as it meets 30,000 square feet, the applicant can put in that many houses. With the developer proposing 29 homes, that actually comes in at 0.8 units per acre. So the proposed development is actually less than what they could essentially do by right.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any other comments? Just appreciate you opening the door to address the stormwater issues, which are significant, clearly, in the community. Yep. And with that, we'll call the question. The motion carries 4-0. I believe this concludes our zoning hearing for today. For those of you who've been with us, thank you so much. And to everyone, hope you have a happy holiday season and a wonderful new year.